Biblical heroes: David, Solomon, and Samson. Front matter. To the quiet watchers of the flock, who find solace in the vastness of the starry heavens and strength in the whisper of the wind through the Judean hills. To those who, like David, wield not swords of steel but slings of faith, finding courage in the face of impossible odds, and whose hearts echo with the ancient melodies of Psalms. May this narrative ignite the spark of that same unwavering conviction within you. To the seekers of wisdom, who understand that true power lies not in earthly crowns but in a discerning heart, and who marvel at the intricate tapestry of justice and mercy. May the stories of Solomon inspire you to pursue understanding above all else, and to recognize the profound responsibility that accompanies divine gifts, even when the path grows shadowed by human frailty. To the chosen, yet flawed, warriors of faith, who wrestle with their own dualities, whose strength is a gift and whose passions a crucible. May Samson's tumultuous journey remind you that even in moments of profound weakness and betrayal, a final plea to the Almighty can summon a power beyond comprehension, offering a legacy of both sacrifice and a thunderous warning against the arrogance of defiance. To the storytellers, both within and without the sacred texts, who believe that the ancient narratives still hold a vibrant pulse, capable of resonating with the deepest human experiences of love, loss, faith, and redemption. May this work serve as a testament to the enduring power of these foundational epics, reminding us that the heroes and kings of old, with all their triumphs and failures, walk with us still, their stories etched into the very soul of human history. This book is a humble offering to the enduring echo of their lives and the timeless truths they represent. Chapter 1. The Shepherd's Call. The Judean Wilderness, a tapestry woven from ochre earth and stubborn, aromatic scrub, stretched out beneath a sky of an impossible, searing blue. It was here, amidst the timeless bleating of sheep and the hum of unseen insects, that David's world unfurled. His days were a rhythm dictated by the sun's arc and the needs of his father's flock, a quiet, persistent cadence that echoed the beating of his own young heart. The air was thick with the scent of wild thyme and crushed mint, a fragrant balm that rose from the parched ground with every gust of wind. Tiny wildflowers, defiant in their fragility, dotted the landscape in splashes of purple and yellow, testament to the life that stubbornly persisted against the harsh embrace of the terrain. Each morning, as the first blush of dawn painted the eastern horizon, David would rise, his rough wool tunic still holding the chill of the night. The sheep, a restless sea of woolly forms, would stir, their soft, communal murmurs a familiar lullaby. He knew each one, their quirks and their needs, the timid ewes and the bold rams. They were his companions, his silent charges, and in their vulnerability, he found a reflection of something deeper, something stirring within himself. The solitude of the shepherd's life was not an emptiness, but a fullness. It was a space where the external world, with its clamor and its demands, receded, allowing the inner landscape to bloom. He learned to read the subtle language of the land, the way the shadows lengthened, the shift in the wind's direction, the distant cry of a hawk circling for its prey. These were not mere observations, but lessons in vigilance, in understanding the delicate balance of life and death that played out daily in the wilderness. As the sun climbed higher, its rays intensifying, David would lead his flock to higher pastures, seeking the sparse shade cast by ancient, gnarled olive trees or the meager shelter of rock outcroppings. The vastness of the sky above was a constant presence, an overwhelming canvas of cerulean by day, transforming into an inky expanse of diamond dust by night. He would lie back, the warmth of the sun seeping into his bones, and gaze upwards. The stars, when they emerged, were like scattered jewels, each one a tiny, burning ember in the infinite darkness. He traced constellations, weaving stories around them, his imagination taking flight on the wings of the silent night. These moments were more than just idle stargazing. They were encounters with the immensity of creation, a silent dialogue with the divine architect. The shepherd, tending his flock under an endless sky, was a tiny figure against a cosmic backdrop, yet in that seeming insignificance, a profound connection was forged. The bleating of the sheep was a constant hum, a comforting, earthy sound that grounded him. But it was also a call to attention. A rustle in the undergrowth could signal a prowling fox, its amber eyes glinting with predatory intent. A shadow moving too swiftly across the ridge might be a lean wolf, its hunger a primal force. His life demanded constant awareness, a keen eye for the subtle signs of danger. He learned to move with a quiet agility, his bare feet sure on the rocky terrain. He carried a shepherd's staff, not just for guiding the flock, but as a tool of defense. Its worn wood was a familiar weight in his hand, an extension of his own being. The threats were not always visible. Sometimes, the danger was more insidious, a slow erosion of the flock's numbers, a predator's cunningly laid trap. This constant vigilance, this unwavering watchfulness over the fragile lives entrusted to him, was a silent preparation. It was a training ground for a different kind of battle, one that would unfold not in the sun-drenched hills, but in the complex arenas of human conflict and spiritual warfare. He understood the delicate balance of predator and prey, the relentless pursuit of survival that defined the wild. He saw the desperation in the eyes of a ewe protecting her lamb, the silent ferocity of a mother fox guarding her den. These were not abstract concepts, they were lived realities, etched into the very fabric of his existence. He learned to anticipate, to react, to defend. He would shout, he would wave his staff, and if necessary, he would confront. These encounters, though often brief, were charged with a raw, primal energy. The wild beasts were not viewed with fear alone, but with a deep respect for their power and their place in the natural order. Yet, they were also a force to be repelled, an intrusion upon the peace and safety of his flock. And so, David's days were spent in this dual existence, the gentle tending of his charges, the watchful warding off of danger. He learned patience from the slow grazing of the sheep, resilience from the enduring landscape, and courage from the ever-present threat. The vastness of the Judean hills, with their silent majesty and their hidden perils, was not merely a backdrop to his youth, it was a crucible, shaping him in ways he could not yet comprehend. The echoes of his shepherd's life, the solitude, the vigilance, the intimate connection with the natural world, and the quiet battles waged against the wild, would reverberate through the grander narratives of his destiny, a subtle foreshadowing of the greater call that awaited him. The stars above, he felt, were not just distant fires, but ancient witnesses, their silent light a cosmic blessing upon the shepherd boy who watched over his flock, a boy poised on the precipice of a destiny far larger than the hills themselves. The very air he breathed, infused with the scent of wild herbs and the dust of ages, seemed to whisper of a future yet unwritten, a future etched in the very stars he so often contemplated. This profound connection to the land, to the sky, and to the vulnerable lives of his flock, was the silent prelude to a divine calling, a melody of destiny waiting to be played. The solitude was not loneliness, but a fertile ground for the seed of a remarkable future to take root. The quiet hours were David's sanctuary, not in the stillness of an empty room, but in the vast, unpeopled expanse of the Judean wilderness. Here, with his flock as his silent congregation, a different kind of communion began to stir. It wasn't born of chanted prayers or studied scripture, for such formal avenues were yet distant. Instead, it arose from the deep wellspring of his being, a yearning that found its truest voice not in spoken words, but in the resonant hum of strings. His harp, a simple instrument fashioned from polished wood and sinew, was more than a tool for passing the solitary hours. It was an extension of his soul, a confidant that vibrated with the unspoken truths of his heart. He had learned to play as a boy, his small fingers clumsy at first, fumbling over the strings. But there was an innate grace in him, a natural affinity for melody and harmony that quickly blossomed. The shepherd's staff, worn smooth by his grip during long days on the hills, was often set aside for the polished curves of his lyre. In the twilight hours, as the sun dipped below the rugged horizon, casting long, dramatic shadows across the land, David would settle himself against the cool stone of a hillside. The sheep, their restless energy beginning to wane, would huddle close, their soft sighs and occasional bleats forming a natural percussion to his nascent melodies. His music was a tapestry of his world. When a shadow of fear, cast by the distant howl of a wolf or the unsettling rustle of unseen movement in the scrub, crept into his young heart, his harp would echo that unease. The notes would descend, somber and introspective, painting sonic landscapes of apprehension. He'd pluck a low, mournful chord, mirroring the anxiety that tightened his chest, and then a series of sharp, staccato notes, like the quickened beat of his own pulse. It was a language of pure emotion, unfiltered by the complexities of human speech. He learned to translate the primal fear of the wild into a resonant lament, a musical cry that acknowledged the danger without succumbing to it. But it was the soaring, hopeful melodies that truly defined his playing. When the dawn broke, painting the sky in hues of rose and gold, or when a newborn lamb, fragile and vulnerable, nudged against its mother's flank, a different music would emerge. His harp would sing with an irredeemable optimism, its notes rising and falling like the very breath of life. He'd weave intricate arpeggios, bright and cascading, mirroring the play of light on the dew-kissed grasses. These were songs of gratitude, of wonder at the sheer abundance of life, even in the stark beauty of the wilderness. They were hymns sung not to a distant, unknowable deity, but to a presence he felt stirring within the very fabric of existence, a presence that seemed to sing back to him through the rustling leaves and the babbling of hidden springs. It was in these moments, alone with his flock and his harp, that David began to forge a personal relationship with the Almighty. He didn't yet have the theological frameworks, the carefully constructed doctrines that would later define the faith of his people. His understanding was intuitive, experiential. He felt God not as a distant king on a heavenly throne, but as a spirit woven into the landscape, a voice in the wind, a warmth in the sun. His harp became the bridge, the conduit through which these nascent feelings flowed. When he played, he wasn't just creating music, he was conversing. He was pouring out his questions, his doubts, his burgeoning awe, and in the resonance of the strings, he felt a response, a sense of being heard, of being understood. He would play songs of longing, of a yearning for something more than the simple rhythm of shepherd life. These were not the cries of discontent, but the deep stirrings of a soul meant for greater purpose. He imagined a vastness beyond the horizon, a grandeur that mirrored the boundless sky above. His fingers would dance across the strings, conjuring images of power and glory, of a love so profound it could encompass the entire creation. In these musical explorations, he was not just a boy playing an instrument, he was a prophet in embryo, a psalmist in the making, his heart attuned to the divine cadence. Sometimes, in the hushed stillness of a moonlit night, when the stars blazed with an intensity unknown in more crowded settlements, David would play softly. His melodies then were lullabies for the sleeping flock, but also for his own restless spirit. He would ponder the immensity of the universe, the twinkling lights above and the silent earth below. He'd weave tunes that spoke of the mysteries of creation, the incomprehensible order that governed the turning of seasons and the rising of the sun. Was it merely chance that the stars formed such patterns? Was it random that the tides ebbed and flowed? His heart, unburdened by dogma, simply knew that there was a hand at work, a masterful artist painting the cosmos. His music served as a form of prayer, a silent supplication that transcended the need for words. He'd lift his gaze to the heavens, his harp resting on his lap, and let the music flow. A particularly complex passage, a moment where he felt the harmony of the universe most keenly, would be a crescendo of praise. A moment of doubt, a fleeting fear of his own insignificance, would be a somber descent into minor keys. But always, the music would resolve, finding its way back to a place of peace, of trust. It was a dialectic of faith, a back and forth between his questioning soul and the comforting presence he felt all around him. The wilderness, with its stark beauty and its inherent dangers, was David's first seminary. The sheep, with their gentle dependency, were his first charges, teaching him responsibility and tender care. But it was his harp, and the music that flowed from it, that became his primary instrument of spiritual exploration. He learned to discern the subtle shifts in his own heart, to recognize the presence of the divine in the changing moods of the landscape and the inner stirrings of his soul. His music was not a performance for an audience, but a private dialogue, a sacred offering laid at the feet of the unseen, yet deeply felt, Creator. He would often find himself improvising, letting the emotions of the moment dictate the melody. A sudden gust of wind, whipping his hair across his face, might inspire a wild, exhilarating run of notes. The persistent chirping of a cricket, a sound that often accompanied the deepest quiet of the night, could be transformed into a delicate, rhythmic refrain. He was learning to listen not just to the external world, but to the internal symphony of his own spirit, and his harp was the orchestra. The sheep were more than just a responsibility, they were his teachers in patience. He would spend hours watching them graze, their slow, deliberate movements a testament to a life lived in the present moment. When a lamb strayed, his heart would leap with a pang of worry, and his harp might produce a searching, questioning melody, mirroring his own efforts to locate the lost creature. The eventual reunion, the gentle bleating of the found lamb nuzzling its mother, would inspire a cascade of joyous, lyrical phrases, a musical exultation that reverberated through the twilight air. He understood, perhaps more profoundly than any scholar of the law, the concept of vulnerability. The tender lives of his flock, so easily threatened by predators and the harsh elements, mirrored, he was beginning to sense, the vulnerability of the human spirit. And just as he would stand between his sheep and any approaching danger, his staff raised, his voice a shield, he felt an instinctual understanding that there was a greater shepherd, a divine protector, watching over all of creation. His music, in these instances, became a song of defense, a melody that acknowledged the presence of threat but declared an unshakable faith in a power that was greater still. The very act of creating music was, for David, an act of worship. It was a tangible expression of an intangible reality. He couldn't see God, but he could feel the divine spirit move through him as his fingers danced across the strings. He could hear the echoes of creation's song in the harmony he produced. This was not a religion of fear or obligation, but of love and profound connection. His harp was not just an instrument, it was an altar, and the music he played was his sacrifice, a heartfelt offering of his joy, his sorrow, his hopes, and his burgeoning faith. He would weave stories into his music, tales of the ancient heroes of his people, of their triumphs and their struggles. But these were not dry historical accounts. They were infused with his own emotions, his own understanding of courage and perseverance. The bravery of Abraham, the cunning of Jacob, the resilience of Joseph, these became vivid sonic tapestries, imbued with the raw emotion of his youthful heart. He saw himself, in a nascent way, as part of this unfolding narrative, a small thread in a grand, divine tapestry. His relationship with God, in these formative years, was deeply personal and unmediated. He didn't need priests or intermediaries. He had his harp, the vastness of the sky, and the quiet companionship of his flock. He felt the divine presence in the heat of the midday sun, in the cool of the evening breeze, in the silent majesty of the stars. His music was the expression of this immanent divinity, a constant, flowing conversation between his soul and the Creator. It was a testament to the fact that faith, in its purest form, is not learned from books or dictated by tradition, but is felt in the heart and expressed through the deepest parts of oneself. The melodies he composed were not always polished or perfect. There were dissonances, moments where his frustration or doubt crept in. But these, too, were part of the journey. They represented the honest struggle of a young soul grappling with life's complexities and the mysteries of the divine. And in each instance, the music would invariably find its way back to a place of resolution, a chord of hope, a harmonious conclusion that spoke of an underlying order and a persistent love. His harp was his confidant, his therapist, his spiritual director, all rolled into one polished wooden form. As the seasons turned, and David grew, so too did the depth and complexity of his music. The simple tunes of his early youth gave way to intricate compositions, weaving together multiple themes and emotions. He learned to use the full range of his instrument, from the deepest, resonant bass notes that spoke of solemnity and power, to the highest, shimmering trebles that conveyed joy and exultation. Each note, each phrase, was a deliberate choice, a word in the sacred language of his soul. He was, in essence, composing the Psalms before they were ever written, his heart the first parchment, his harp the first quill. The quiet hours in the wilderness were not just a period of tending sheep, they were the crucible in which his faith was forged, his musical genius honed, and his profound, lifelong relationship with the divine was indelibly etched. The afternoon sun, a molten disk suspended in the cerulean expanse, cast long, languid shadows across the Judean hills. David, his hands instinctively finding the familiar curve of his lyre, paused in his weaving of a melody that spoke of the ephemeral beauty of a desert bloom. His flock, scattered like patches of wool across the greening slopes, grazed with a placid rhythm, oblivious to the seismic shift that had just occurred in their young shepherd's life. The air itself seemed to hum with a new, potent resonance, a lingering echo of the oil and the prophet's solemn pronouncement. He still felt the cool, viscous descent of the anointing oil, the sacred chrism poured upon his brow by the aged hand of Samuel. It had been an act cloaked in secrecy, a clandestine ritual performed in the hushed seclusion of their modest dwelling, far from the boisterous presence of his elder brothers. His father, Jesse, had been summoned, and David, the youngest, the one so often overlooked, had been brought forth. A tremor, not entirely of apprehension but of an almost unbearable anticipation, had coursed through him as Samuel's gaze, ancient and piercing, had settled upon him. The prophet's words, though spoken in a low, reverent tone, had resonated in David's soul with the force of thunder. They were not mere blessings, but pronouncements of a destiny woven into the very fabric of his being. "Arise, anoint him, for this is he," Samuel had declared, his voice imbued with an authority that transcended earthly power. And then, the cool, fragrant oil, a symbol of consecration, had flowed, anointing him as the future king of Israel. The weight of it, both physical and spiritual, was almost overwhelming. It settled upon his hair, trickled down his temples, and seemed to seep into the very marrow of his bones, a tangible manifestation of divine selection. In that moment, the mundane world of sheep and pasture had receded, replaced by a profound and unsettling awareness of a larger, unfolding purpose. He was no longer just David, the shepherd boy. He was David, the chosen one. The revelation was both exhilarating and terrifying. Exhilarating because it confirmed a nascent yearning he had long harbored, a sense that his life was meant for more than tending flocks. Terrifying because the path laid before him was shrouded in mystery, fraught with the unknown, and, he suspected, guarded by forces both seen and unseen. He looked down at his hands, calloused from the rough wool and the grip of his shepherd's crook. These hands, he now knew, were destined to hold a scepter, to guide a nation. The lyre, so recently his sole confidant, felt different now. Its strings, which had sung of the wind and the stars, of his quiet joys and his solitary fears, now seemed to vibrate with the promise of a future he could scarcely comprehend. The oil still left a faint, lingering scent on his skin, a constant reminder of the sacred covenant that had been sealed. His brothers, strong and valiant men, had been overlooked. He had seen the questioning looks, the subtle shifts in their demeanor when Samuel had bypassed them. Boaz, the eldest, with his imposing stature and unwavering conviction, Abinadab, ever ready with a sharp retort and a keen mind, Shammah, who possessed a quiet strength and a steadfast loyalty. They were men of substance, men of war, men of influence. And yet, the divine choice had fallen upon him, the youngest, the one who found solace in music and companionship with the silent hills. This thought brought a pang of disquiet. Would they understand? Would they accept this decree, this interruption to the natural order of succession? The wilderness, which had been his sanctuary, now felt like a proving ground. Every rustle of leaves, every distant call of a bird, seemed to carry a hidden meaning, a whisper from the divine architect. The very solitude that had nurtured his spirit now amplified the weight of his calling. He was to be a king, a leader, a protector. But how could a shepherd, accustomed to the gentle rhythm of flock management, guide a people? How could he face the complexities of a kingdom, the machinations of power, the demands of justice and governance? He began to strum a low, contemplative chord on his lyre, the notes a hesitant exploration of his newfound reality. The music, usually an outflow of pure emotion, was now tinged with a nascent strategic thought. He imagined the responsibilities that lay ahead, the daunting task of leading a people. He thought of the laws, the judgments, the needs of his people. His music, once a purely personal expression, felt as though it must now carry a different burden, a more profound purpose. It had to become a language that could inspire, console, and unify. The oil's scent, faint but persistent, seemed to awaken a deeper awareness within him. It was as if the sacred anointing had peeled back a layer of his ordinary perception, revealing a hidden stratum of divine intention. He looked at the sheep, their docile forms a symbol of the people he was to lead. He felt a surge of protectiveness, a desire to shield them from all harm, to guide them to the richest pastures and the clearest waters. This instinct, honed by years of shepherd life, he understood, must be magnified 1,000-fold for his new charge. He remembered the stories he had heard, tales of the great leaders of his people, of Moses, who had led them out of Egypt, of Joshua, who had brought them into the promised land. They had been men of extraordinary faith, men who had spoken with God. And now, he, David, the shepherd boy, was to walk in their footsteps, or at least on a path illuminated by their legacy. The enormity of it threatened to crush him, but beneath the fear, a resolute ember of courage began to glow. The prophet's words had not been a suggestion, they had been a certainty. And certainty, even when terrifying, carried its own potent form of strength. He began to play a new melody, one born of this moment of profound transition. It started with a somber, searching quality, reflecting the uncertainty and the weight of his calling. The chords were deep and resonant, like the rumbling of the earth, hinting at the foundational changes that had taken place. Then, slowly, tentatively, the melody began to ascend, becoming brighter, more hopeful. He introduced trills and runs that mimic the flight of birds, the boundless freedom of the sky. It was a song of acknowledgement, of the past that had shaped him, and of the future that awaited him. The experience with Samuel had been more than just a ceremony, it had been a communion, a direct transference of divine will. It was as if the very Spirit of God, which had rested upon the prophets of old, had now alighted upon him, infusing him with a power and a purpose he was only beginning to understand. He felt a heightened sense of awareness, a keenness of perception that allowed him to see the subtle interactions of nature with a new clarity. The way the sunlight dappled through the leaves, the precise curve of a hawk's wing as it circled overhead, the intricate patterns of lichen on an ancient stone, all seemed to speak of an underlying order, a divine artistry that he was now, by decree, a part of. He closed his eyes for a moment, the rough wool of a nearby sheep brushing against his leg. He could feel the warmth of the sun on his face, the gentle breeze caressing his skin. These simple sensations, once the backdrop to his life, now felt imbued with a new significance. They were tangible manifestations of the living God, the God who had chosen him. His heart swelled with a mixture of awe and a burgeoning love for this unseen, yet powerfully present, Creator. The path ahead was indeed unclear. He did not know when this destiny would unfold, nor how. He knew that his brothers, particularly Saul, the current king, might pose a threat. He understood that the established order would not easily yield its power. But as he sat there, the anointing oil a faint, sacred scent upon his skin, David knew one thing with absolute certainty: he had been called. And when the Almighty called, the only response a faithful heart could offer was obedience, and a willingness to step into the light, however blinding it might be. The music flowed from his lyre, no longer just the songs of a shepherd, but the nascent anthems of a future king, a king anointed by God, and destined to lead his people. The wilderness, his school of solitude, had now become the antechamber of his royal destiny. The soft bleating of the sheep was the usual soundtrack to David's days, a comforting murmur that underscored the quiet rhythm of his life. But as the sun began its slow descent, painting the sky in hues of fire and amethyst, a different sound pierced the tranquility. It was a low, guttural growl, a sound that vibrated not just in the air, but deep within David's chest, a primal alarm bell ringing through his very being. He instinctively reached for his shepherd's crook, its sturdy wood a familiar weight in his hand, and scanned the darkening landscape. His heart, usually as steady as the ancient hills, began to pound a rapid cadence against his ribs. Then, he saw it. Emerging from the jagged shadows cast by a cluster of boulders, a creature of terrifying majesty, a lion. Its tawny coat rippled with muscle, its eyes, like burning coals, fixed on the nearest ewe, a young lamb with wool still as soft as down. The predator moved with a fluid grace, a hunter's silent purpose, its powerful jaws already set for the kill. Panic rippled through the flock, a wave of panicked bleating and scattering wool. David's immediate instinct was not to flee, but to interpose himself, a fragile barrier between the predatory force and his vulnerable charges. He knew, with a certainty that belied his years, that he could not allow this creature to claim one of his flock. His father had entrusted them to him, and the anointing oil still felt warm upon his brow, a silent vow of responsibility. He shouted, a sound that felt thin and reedy against the lion's menacing presence, but he held his ground. He gripped his crook tighter, the worn wood a conduit of his determination. He knew he was outmatched in brute strength, outmatched in natural weaponry. But he also knew that the divine presence that had touched him was not limited by the physical. He began to advance, not with reckless abandon, but with a measured courage, his eyes locked onto the lion's. He let out another shout, this one laced with a raw, untamed defiance that surprised even himself. The lion, momentarily startled by this unexpected resistance from such a small figure, paused. Its ears twitched, its head lowered slightly, a silent assessment of this unusual shepherd boy. The moment stretched, taut and brittle, as the lion considered its next move. It was a creature accustomed to easy prey, to the fear that sent its victims scattering. But David's stillness, his unwavering gaze, seemed to confound it. He began to speak, his voice low and steady, not in words of prayer, but in a series of sharp, commanding sounds, punctuated by the occasional clap of his hands. He moved his crook, not as a weapon, but as an extension of his will, a visual assertion of his presence and his claim. The lion took a step back, a subtle shift in its stance, its gaze flicking from David to the panicked sheep. It was assessing the risk, the potential reward. And then, as if to punctuate David's defiance, another growl, deeper and more menacing, echoed from the rocky crags above. The air grew heavy with a different, more ancient dread. Emerging from the shadows, a hulking silhouette against the fading light, was a bear. Its shaggy form was a testament to its immense strength, its claws long and curved like scythes, its eyes burning with a raw, untamed hunger. It lumbered forward, its attention now divided between the shepherd and the sheep, but with a clear predatory intent. The lion, seeing this new challenger, let out a frustrated snarl, its immediate prey now threatened by another, perhaps even more formidable, predator. David found himself caught between two apex predators, his flock a panicked mass around him. The oil on his brow seemed to thrum with a sudden, intense energy, a surge of power that coursed through his veins. He knew he was utterly alone, with no one to come to his aid. His brothers were far away, engaged in their own pursuits. His father was in the village. It was just him, his crook, his sheep, and these two monstrous beasts. Fear, cold and sharp, threatened to paralyze him, but it was quickly overridden by a fierce, protective resolve. He was the shepherd. These sheep were his responsibility. He made a swift decision. He couldn't fight both at once, and he couldn't let either of them succeed. He began to back away slowly, his eyes never leaving the bear, his crook held ready. He knew he had to draw them away from the flock, to put himself between them and the vulnerable animals. He let out a series of loud shouts, his voice raw and strained, and began to move, not directly at either animal, but in a wide arc, trying to lure them after him. The lion, sensing an opportunity, began to move parallel to him, its gaze still fixed on the sheep, but its focus shifting as David drew its attention. The bear, however, seemed more directly interested in David himself, its massive head lowered, a low rumble emanating from its chest. He led them on a chase across the uneven terrain, his feet finding purchase on loose stones and rough earth with a surprising agility. He was no longer just a boy tending sheep, he was a warrior, albeit an untrained one, defending his domain. He used the natural contours of the land to his advantage, darting behind boulders, weaving through thorny scrub. He could feel the hot breath of the bear close behind him, the rustle of its massive form disturbing the dry leaves. He could hear the lion's powerful paws thudding on the ground, a constant, ominous counterpoint. As the bear closed in, David saw his opportunity. He was near a steep, rocky incline, a place where the ground dropped away sharply. With a burst of speed fueled by adrenaline and divine will, he scrambled up the embankment, his crook digging into the soil to provide leverage. The bear, in its eagerness, lunged after him, but its immense weight and lack of agility worked against it. It lost its footing on the loose scree, its massive body tumbling down the slope with a roar of surprise and pain. David watched, heart in his throat, as the bear crashed through the undergrowth, momentarily disoriented. This gave him a precious few moments. He turned his attention to the lion, which had been circling, waiting for its chance. It was now closer, its muscles tensed, ready to spring. David knew this was his moment. He couldn't outrun it, and he couldn't withstand its pounce. He remembered stories his grandfather had told him, of heroes who had faced beasts with nothing but their courage and their wits. He drew a deep breath, the scent of dust and wild thyme filling his lungs. He held his crook in both hands, its tip pointed directly at the lion's face. He began to shout again, this time not with fear, but with a raw, exultant cry. He advanced towards the lion, a small, determined figure against the immense power of the cat. He wasn't looking at the lion's teeth or its claws, he was looking into its eyes, those burning orbs that held a primal ferocity. He projected an aura of unwavering resolve, an unyielding spirit that seemed to emanate from him, amplified by the sacred oil. The lion hesitated. It had never encountered such a defiant, almost mad, resistance. It snarled, a sound of confusion and aggression, but it did not attack. David continued his advance, his voice rising in a powerful chant, a melody of courage and defiance. He was singing, not a lament for his fear, but a song of his newfound strength, a song of divine backing. He was a shepherd, yes, but he was also a warrior, chosen by God, and in that moment, he felt the full force of that calling. The lion, sensing an overwhelming presence it could not comprehend, let out a frustrated roar, turned, and melted back into the shadows from which it had come, its predatory mission aborted. David stood there, his chest heaving, his body trembling with the aftermath of adrenaline. He had faced down a lion. He had inadvertently sent a bear tumbling down a hill. He looked back towards his flock, which, sensing the retreat of the predators, were beginning to regroup, their bleating still nervous but no longer panicked. He saw a small lamb, the one the lion had initially targeted, huddle close to its mother, trembling but unharmed. A wave of profound relief washed over him, followed by an overwhelming sense of gratitude. He sank to his knees, his crook falling from his nervy fingers. He touched his brow, where the oil still left its subtle scent. He had acted not just on instinct, but on something more profound, a courage that felt divinely bestowed. He understood, with a clarity that cut through the fear and exhaustion, that this was a sign. His calling as a king would not be without its trials, its confrontations with forces that sought to destroy or devour. He had been given a glimpse of the strength that lay within him, a strength that was not his own, but a gift from the Almighty. As he slowly rose, gathering his crook and then his flock, he knew that the wilderness had presented him with a primal test. He had faced the raw, untamed power of nature, the very embodiment of chaos and destruction. And he had prevailed, not by might alone, but by a blend of quick thinking, unwavering resolve, and the unshakable conviction of his divine calling. The sheep, sensing his calm, began to move with him, their soft wool brushing against his legs, a tangible reminder of his stewardship. The memory of the lion's burning gaze and the bear's guttural growl would stay with him, not as a haunting specter, but as a testament to the courage that lay dormant within him, now awakened and ready to face the greater challenges that lay ahead. He was David, the shepherd, and he was David, the anointed, and the two were now inextricably bound, forged in the crucible of the wilderness. The scent of dust and wild thyme, once so familiar and comforting, now carried a faint, unsettling undertone. It was the lingering aroma of fear, of primal confrontation, that clung to David's rose-spun tunic and the worn wood of his shepherd's crook. The memory of the lion's burning gaze, the bear's earth-shaking roar, was not a specter to haunt his nights, but a stark reminder etched into his soul. He had faced the raw, untamed heart of the wilderness and emerged not unscathed, but transformed. The oil on his brow, a sacred promise, still felt like a brand, a mark of a destiny he was only beginning to comprehend. His flock, a huddled mass of nervous wool and soft bleats, slowly settled back into their familiar rhythm, but for David, the rhythm of his own life had irrevocably shifted. He was no longer just the youngest son of Jesse, a shepherd boy tending sheep on the Judean hills. He was the one who had faced down beasts, the one who had felt a divine surge course through his veins, the one whose name had been whispered in the consecration of a king. Yet, the whisper of prophecy, the anointing oil's lingering warmth, felt impossibly distant from the present reality of his sun-drenched days. The rolling hills, the ancient stones, the dependable cycle of dawn and dusk, these were the constants of his world. But another world, far removed from the simplicity of pasture and flock, now beckoned, or perhaps, loomed. It was a world spoken of in hushed tones, a world of glittering silks and polished bronze, of pronouncements and power plays. It was the world of the king, Saul. The very mention of the name conjured a complex tapestry of images. A warrior king, once favored by the Almighty, now wrestling with shadows, his reign a tempest of divine displeasure and human frailty. The stories filtered down to the shepherds, carried by merchants and travelers who paused for a drink at the wells, their words laced with the drama and intrigue of the royal court. They spoke of Saul's mighty deeds on the battlefield, his courage, his stature. But increasingly, the tales were tinged with a somber hue. They spoke of a growing melancholy that had settled upon the king, a darkness that seemed to emanate from within, alienating him from his loyal subjects and, it was whispered, from the very God who had raised him to the throne. This spiritual disquiet, the elders said, was a tangible thing, a brooding presence that cast a long shadow over the land, affecting the very atmosphere of governance. David, with the keen sensibility of a shepherd attuned to the subtle shifts in the wind and the unspoken anxieties of his flock, could almost feel this distant unease. It was an intangible weight, a sense of impending storm that even the remoteness of his valley could not entirely dissipate. He imagined the king's court, a place of immense privilege and responsibility, yet also a den of vipers, where loyalty was a fragile currency and ambition a dangerous beast. He pictured the gilded halls, the murmuring courtiers, their faces masks of deference and veiled intentions. It was a world so starkly different from the honest toil of the fields, the straightforward judgments of nature. His brothers, Eliab, Abinadab, and Shammah, were often away, called to serve in Saul's army or engaged in matters that took them closer to the centers of power. They returned with tales that, while exciting to the younger David, also hinted at the treacherous currents beneath the surface of royal life. They spoke of the king's volatile moods, his suspicion, the desperate efforts of his advisers to placate him. They hinted at the envy that festered among those who felt overlooked, the rivalries that simmered just below the veneer of courtly etiquette. These were not the simple dangers of wolves and bears, but the more insidious threats of the human heart. David, even in his youthful innocence, sensed that the path laid before him, the one hinted at by the shepherd's anointing, was not one of peaceful pastoral solitude. The trials he had faced on the hillside, while terrifying, were tests of courage and faith against external forces. The challenges that awaited him within the walls of kingship, however, would be of a different nature, demanding a different kind of strength, a deeper understanding of the human condition, and a wisdom that transcended the immediate. He was a shepherd, yes, skilled in protecting his flock from physical harm. But the world of kingship would require him to shepherd a nation, to discern truth from deception, to navigate a labyrinth of political intrigue and spiritual warfare. He began to ponder the nature of leadership, not as a crown and a scepter, but as a profound responsibility to those entrusted to one's care. Saul, the mighty warrior, the chosen king, was now portrayed as a man besieged, not just by external enemies, but by his own inner demons. The elders spoke of the Spirit of the Lord departing from Saul, replaced by a tormenting spirit that drove him to fits of rage and paranoia. This was a dimension of kingship David had never considered, the profound spiritual battle that could rage within the heart of a ruler, and its devastating consequences for an entire kingdom. The contrast between David's humble existence and the glittering, yet volatile, world of the royal court became a persistent theme in his meditations. He saw himself, a boy of the fields, his hands rough from the crook and the soil, his face weathered by the sun. And he saw Saul, a figure of regal authority, yet increasingly a prisoner of his own mind, his kingdom hanging precariously in the balance. The trials he had faced, the lion and the bear, had been direct confrontations with raw power and primal instinct. But the shadows that enveloped Saul suggested a more complex, more insidious form of danger, one that preyed on the mind and the spirit. He imagined the constant pressure, the weight of expectation, the relentless scrutiny. He envisioned the envy of those who sought his downfall, the whispers in dark corridors, the subtle manipulations designed to undermine his authority. It was a landscape of treacherous currents, far removed from the predictable flow of the streams that watered his pastures. His instinct, honed by years of observing his flock, was to protect the vulnerable, to stand firm against immediate threats. But how did one protect a kingdom from a foe that resided within its own leader? How did one discern the true enemy when the lines between ally and adversary blurred? The stories of Saul's decline were not just tales of a fallen hero, they were potent lessons, foreshadowing the immense challenges that lay ahead. David understood that his own anointing was not merely a promise of future glory, but a consecration to service, a calling to confront not only the external dangers that threatened Israel, but also the internal decay that could cripple it from within. The shepherd's crook, once a symbol of his charge over sheep, now felt like a symbol of a greater stewardship, a responsibility to guide and protect a people. The wilderness had taught him courage against the beast. The court, he sensed, would demand a subtler, more profound form of bravery, the courage to remain true to oneself, to one's God, amidst the blinding allure and corrupting influence of power. He thought of his father's quiet strength, his mother's gentle wisdom, the straightforward honesty of his village life. These were anchors in the storm, touchstones of truth in a world increasingly defined by deception. He knew, with a nascent certainty, that his journey would not be a straightforward ascent. It would be a path forged through trials, a tempering of his spirit in the fires of adversity. The divine call, which had manifested in the ferocity of a shepherd's defense, would soon be tested in the far more intricate and perilous arena of a kingdom in turmoil. The king's shadow, a growing darkness, was a harbinger of the battles to come, battles that would be fought not just on the plains of Philistia, but in the chambers of the heart and the corridors of power. He was a king in the making, but first, he had to learn to navigate the labyrinth of a troubled reign, to understand the fragility of power, and the enduring strength of faith in the face of overwhelming shadows. The tapestry of his destiny was vast and complex, woven with threads of courage, faith, and the ever-present, brooding shadow of a king who had lost his way. Chapter 2. The Giant's Fall. The air in the Israelite encampment was thick with a dread that had nothing to do with the summer heat. It was a chill that seeped into the bones, a visceral fear born of helplessness. For weeks, the Philistine war machine had rumbled along their borders, a thunderous promise of devastation. But it was the single, colossal figure at its forefront that had truly paralyzed the nation's heart. Goliath. The name itself was a curse, a whisper of doom that rippled through the ranks of Israel's finest warriors. He was not merely a man, he was a mountain of bronze and muscle, a terror forged in the crucible of war, his very presence a declaration of Israel's inferiority. The seasoned soldiers, men who had faced countless skirmishes and borne the scars of numerous battles, found their courage evaporating like dew under the morning sun. They huddled around campfires, their faces etched with a grim resignation, their voices hushed as they spoke of the giant. His height was the stuff of legend, reaching so far into the sky that it seemed he could pluck the stars from their celestial courses. His armor, meticulously crafted from burnished bronze, gleamed with an ominous light, each plate larger than a warrior's shield, deflecting not only arrows but also hope. Even the clang of his stride, they said, was enough to make the earth tremble, a harbinger of doom for any man foolish enough to stand in his path. The Philistine army, a vast and disciplined force, seemed to swell in size and ferocity with the mere presence of their champion. They knew they held the advantage, not just in numbers and armament, but in the psychological warfare waged by their monstrous vanguard. The Israelites, in contrast, felt diminished, their spirits crushed by the sheer impossibility of the challenge. Their proud warriors, men who had once stood tall against formidable foes, now averted their gazes fixed on the dusty ground, as if seeking to disappear into the earth to escape the overwhelming sight. The weight of Goliath's shadow, cast across the valley, pressed down upon them, stifling their breath and their resolve. Despair, a venomous serpent, coiled itself around the heart of the Israelite army. It whispered insidious doubts into every ear, feeding the gnawing fear that their God had abandoned them. How could any mortal man, however brave, stand against such a behemoth? How could prayers, however fervent, pierce the thick hide of such a creature, or deflect the crushing force of his weaponry? The elders spoke of ancient battles, of victories wrested from the jaws of defeat, but even these tales of valor felt hollow and distant, like echoes from a forgotten age. The present reality was stark and brutal. A giant stood at the precipice of their nation, and all Israel cowered in his wake. The Philistines, sensing their advantage, pressed their taunts. Day after day, Goliath strode to the front lines, his booming voice carrying across the valley, a derisive challenge to the Israelite ranks. He mocked their fear, their impotence, their perceived abandonment by their God. "Why do you come out to set your battle in array?" he roared, his voice a guttural thunder that shook the very foundations of their courage. "Am I not a Philistine, and you servants to Saul? Choose you a man, and let him come down to me. If he be able to fight with me, and to kill me, then will we be your servants, but if I prevail against him, and kill him, then shall ye be our servants, and serve us." These words, laced with contempt and veiled threats, were a daily assault on the already fractured morale of the Israelite soldiers. They gnawed at their pride, their loyalty, their very sense of self. Each morning, the sun rose on a scene of agonizing tension. The two armies would face each other, a tableau of defiance and dread, separated by a valley that felt as vast as eternity. And always, the Colossus would appear, a solitary figure of terror, his presence a constant reminder of their predicament. The silence that followed his pronouncements was deafening, punctuated only by the nervous shuffling of feet and the ragged breaths of men grappling with their own mortality. The soldiers whispered among themselves, their conversations a desperate search for answers that did not exist. Who among them possessed the strength, the courage, the sheer audacity to face this overwhelming force? Their finest warriors, men accustomed to leadership and battle, looked at each other with a shared, unspoken fear. The king, Saul, a man once renowned for his stature and his victories, was himself a figure of growing despair, his reign plagued by a profound spiritual disquiet that seemed to mirror the nation's own affliction. His own fear, it was rumored, amplified the dread that permeated the camp. He, too, was paralyzed, unable to offer a solution, unable to rally his men against this insurmountable foe. The lack of a champion was a void that yawned wider with each passing day. It was a gaping hole in the fabric of their defenses, a symbol of their collective failure. The ordinary men, the farmers and laborers who had been conscripted into service, looked to their commanders, their faces a plea for hope, for a sign, for any indication that this nightmare would end. But the commanders, their faces grim and shadowed, could offer no solace. They were bound by the same fear, the same suffocating despair. The Philistine army, emboldened by their champion's prowess and the Israelites' visible terror, began to press their advantage. Skirmishes became more frequent, bolder raids that chipped away at the edges of the Israelite defenses, further eroding their already precarious morale. The stench of fear was a palpable thing, mingling with the dust of the encampment and the smoke from the cooking fires. It was the smell of a nation on the brink of surrender, its spirit bruised and battered. The faith that had once been their bedrock, their source of strength in times of trial, seemed to have faltered, unable to overcome the sheer physical reality of the giant. They prayed for a miracle, for a divine intervention, for a hero to emerge from their midst. But the valley remained silent, save for the taunts of the enemy and the quiet despair of a people facing annihilation. The hope of a nation rested on the shoulders of a phantom, a champion who had yet to appear, a savior who could defy the impossible and snatch victory from the jaws of certain defeat. The despair was a heavy blanket, suffocating, and with each passing day, it threatened to extinguish the last flicker of defiance within the heart of Israel. The young man arrived at the Israelite encampment not as a warrior, but as a messenger. The dust of the Judean hills still clung to his sandals, and the scent of fresh olives and ripe figs, the purpose of his journey, perfumed the air around him. David, son of Jesse, brought provisions for his elder brothers, commanders in King Saul's army, and a hopeful heart that, until this moment, had known only the peace of the shepherd's life and the hymns sung in the quietude of his wilderness. But as he approached the fringes of the camp, a sound, a brutal, mocking sound, ripped through the ordinary bustle of military life. It was a voice that seemed to peel back the sky, a guttural roar that vibrated not just in the air, but in the very bones of the earth. He saw them then, the men of Israel, gathered in hushed, fearful knots. Their armor, once symbols of their strength and their king's might, now seemed like burdensome metal, weighing down spirits already crushed. And at the forefront of the Philistine host, a figure of impossible scale, a titan clad in bronze, stood defiant. Goliath. The name was whispered, a shadow passed from mouth to mouth, a harbinger of despair. David watched, his blood beginning to simmer, as the giant bellowed his challenge, his words echoing across the valley, a torrent of insult and blasphemy hurled at the gathered Israelites. He saw the faces of his brothers, Eliab and Abinadab, etched with a fear that David had never witnessed before. They were men of war, seasoned and strong, yet their eyes, when they met his briefly, were wide with a terror that spoke of utter defeat. The taunts of the Philistine giant were not mere military insults, they were a direct assault on the very fabric of their nation, on the covenant they held dear. Goliath did not simply threaten their lives, he mocked their God. He questioned their faith. He dared to suggest that the Lord of hosts, the Almighty, had forsaken his people. A fire, fierce and unfamiliar, ignited within David's breast. It was a righteous anger, a burning indignation that rose above the palpable fear that gripped the Israelite camp. He had heard tales of war, of courage, of the Lord fighting for his people. But this was an affront. This was a spectacle of cowardice and shame that no true Israelite, no matter how young or inexperienced, could simply endure. The men of war, the mighty warriors of Israel, stood paralyzed, their faces turned towards the ground as if the earth itself could swallow them whole. They were a flock without a shepherd, a shield with no hand to raise it. David's gaze swept across the ranks. He saw the seasoned veterans, men whose beards were flecked with gray, men who had likely served under King Saul since his anointing. They stood with their shoulders slumped, their hands unnaturally still, their eyes vacant. They were the strong, the brave, the ones who were supposed to stand as a bulwark. Yet, they were consumed by a fear so profound that it rendered them immobile, incapable of even raising a weapon or uttering a word of defiance. It was as if Goliath's shadow had physically blotted out their courage, leaving behind only a hollow shell of dread. "Who is this uncircumcised Philistine?" David finally exclaimed, his voice ringing with an unexpected clarity and force that cut through the fearful murmuring, that he should defy the armies of the living God. His words, sharp and clear, landed like stones in the hushed atmosphere. Heads turned, eyes, previously fixed on the dusty ground, now darted towards him, surprised, almost startled, to hear such a bold declaration from a mere youth. Eliab, his eldest brother, his face a mask of weary apprehension, turned to him with a mixture of anger and disbelief. "What are you doing here, David?" Eliab's voice was sharp, laced with a frustration that David recognized as stemming from his brother's own helplessness. "And who has left those few sheep in the wilderness? I know your presumption, and the wicked desire of your heart, to see the battle." Eliab's words were a lash, an attempt to dismiss David, to push him back into the realm of childish concerns, away from the grim reality that had so clearly overwhelmed the men of war. But David's spirit was not so easily cowed. He saw not just the physical might of Goliath, but the spiritual rot that was eating away at the heart of Israel. The fear was not just a fear of death, it was a fear that had eroded their faith. "I have not come to see the battle," David replied, his gaze unwavering, his voice steady despite the tremor of indignation that ran through him. "I have come to fight." The declaration hung in the air, an audacious absurdity in the face of the overwhelming odds. A ripple of stunned silence spread through the men nearest to him. Some exchanged bewildered glances, others scoffed quietly, attributing his words to youthful bravado, a foolish boast born of ignorance. They knew David, the shepherd boy, the musician, the one who had bravely slain lions and bears to protect his flock. But this was different. This was a giant. This was an army. This was a challenge that had brought seasoned warriors to their knees in fear. One of the soldiers, a burly man with a scarred face who had been staring blankly at the Philistine lines, turned to David with a grim, almost pitying smile. "You, a boy," he grumbled, his voice raspy. You think you can fight him? He's a warrior from his youth. You've only fought sheep. The scorn was evident, but it bounced off David like an arrow off Goliath's bronze. His faith was not in his own strength, nor in the prowess of men, but in the power of the God of Israel. He had seen that power in the wilderness, protecting him from the beasts that sought to devour his flock. He had felt it in his hands as he drew his sling and hurled stones with unerring accuracy. And he believed, with a certainty that transcended all logic and reason, that this same God would stand with him now. The Lord who delivered me from the paw of the lion and from the paw of the bear will deliver me from the hand of this Philistine, David declared, his eyes shining with a conviction that was both startling and inspiring. His brothers, however, were not so easily convinced. Eliab, his face darkening, grabbed David by the arm, his grip tight. "You foolish boy," he hissed, his voice low and urgent. "Go back. What have you done leaving your father's flock? And what about your father's old father? Do you think he can manage without you? You're just looking for trouble, for nothing." Abinadab, standing beside Eliab, could only shake his head, his eyes filled with a weary resignation. The very idea of David, their shepherd brother, stepping onto that battlefield was an unimaginable leap, a madness that threatened to add another layer of distress to their already desperate situation. They saw not a potential savior, but a liability, a young boy about to be crushed by a force that had terrified their entire army. But David's resolve was not to be shaken by the pleas or the scolding of his brothers, nor by the disbelieving stares of the soldiers. He had seen the fear, the paralyzing despair, and he knew that something had to be done. The honor of God was at stake. The reputation of Israel, as a nation chosen and protected by the Almighty, was being trampled in the dust. He felt the weight of that challenge, not as a burden of fear, but as a calling. He moved away from his brothers, his steps purposeful, his gaze still fixed on the colossal figure of the Philistine. He began to speak to those who would listen, his words a direct challenge to the inaction that had gripped the camp. He spoke of courage, yes, but more importantly, he spoke of faith. He reminded them, in essence, that their strength lay not in their own arms, but in the divine power that had always been their ultimate defense. "Do not let your hearts fail because of him," David urged, his voice carrying a calm authority that belied his years. "Your servant will go and fight with this Philistine." A small crowd began to gather, drawn by the unusual conviction in the young man's voice. They were men who had heard Goliath's insults for days, who had felt the shame of their own inaction, and who, perhaps, were looking for any flicker of hope, however improbable. David's words, though addressed to them, seemed to be a declaration of his own inner conviction, a promise he made to himself and, more importantly, to God. He did not possess the king's armor, nor the seasoned warrior's sword. His hands were calloused from holding a shepherd's crook, not a spear. He had no experience of battlefield combat against men of war. Yet, he stood there, a beacon of defiance in a sea of fear, his very presence a testament to a different kind of strength. He was a young man who had come to bring provisions, but who now felt a divine mandate to bring deliverance. His heart was set, his mind made up. He would face the giant. He would stand for God, for Israel, and for the honor that had been so brazenly challenged. The choice was not his to make in the sense of weighing odds, but a response to an inner imperative, a divine whisper that had grown into an unshakable conviction. He would go, he would fight, and he would trust in the God who had always been his strength. The air in the valley of Elah hung thick with a tension so profound it felt like a physical weight. The Philistine champion, Goliath, a colossus of muscle and bronze, continued his taunts, his voice a thunderous challenge that reverberated off the surrounding hills. Each word was a hammer blow against the resolve of the Israelite soldiers, a relentless assault on their faith and their courage. The sheer scale of the man was enough to freeze the blood, his armor gleamed with a menacing splendor, a testament to a lifetime dedicated to the brutal art of war. His spear, a monstrous thing tipped with iron, seemed capable of cleaving a man in two with a single, casual sweep. The soldiers, hardened men who had faced many battles, found themselves paralyzed, their eyes fixed on the ground, unable to meet the unwavering gaze of their tormentor. The fear was a palpable entity, a chilling mist that had settled over their hearts, rendering their mighty weapons useless and their training meaningless. Then, a figure emerged from the Israelite lines, a contrast so stark it was almost absurd. It was David, the young shepherd, a mere boy by the standards of warfare, dressed not in the burnished steel of a soldier, but in the simple tunic of his calling. He carried no sword, no shield, no war horse. His only accoutrements were the tools of his pastoral life, a shepherd's staff, a simple leather bag, and a sling, its pouch empty, awaiting its deadly cargo. The sight of him, so utterly outmatched, drew a collective gasp from the onlookers. It was a gesture of defiance so audacious, so seemingly foolish, that it bordered on madness. Yet, within that frail frame, a conviction burned, a flame fueled by a faith that dwarfed the towering might of the Philistine. Goliath, his eyes having swept dismissively over the cowering ranks of the Israelite army, finally fixed upon this new, improbable challenger. A slow, cruel smile spread across his face, a grim acknowledgment of the sheer audacity, perhaps even a flicker of amusement at the spectacle. He had expected to face a warrior, a king, or at least a seasoned soldier. Instead, he saw a boy, a lamb venturing into the den of wolves. "Am I a dog," the giant boomed, his voice laced with derision, "that you come at me with sticks?" He surveyed David's humble attire, the lack of any discernible weapon of war, and scoffed. "Come here to me, and I will give your flesh unto the fowls of the air and to the beasts of the field." The pronouncement, echoing across the valley, was meant to instill terror, to extinguish any spark of hope that might have dared to flicker. But David, far from being intimidated, felt a surge of righteous indignation. He saw not merely a physical threat, but a spiritual one. This was not just a battle for survival, it was a battle for the very honor of his God. He raised his staff, not as a weapon of offense, but as a gesture of steadfastness, and then, with a deliberate grace that belied the chaos of the moment, he reached for his shepherd's bag. His fingers, calloused from years of tending sheep, of hurling stones to ward off predators, fumbled briefly within the worn leather. He sought not for jewels or treasures, but for something far more potent, smooth, round stones, carefully chosen from the riverbed, each one a potential instrument of divine justice. He selected 5, not out of any expectation of needing multiple attempts, but perhaps as a testament to the gravity of the moment, a prudent measure for such a momentous task. He held them in his palm, feeling their familiar weight, their cool smoothness a stark contrast to the inferno raging within him. As David approached the center of the valley, the distance between him and Goliath seemed to shrink, yet the chasm of disparity in their physical stature only widened. The giant watched him, his expression shifting from amused contempt to a simmering impatience. The crowd of Israelite soldiers, now huddled behind their lines, held their breath. Even the Philistines, sensing the shift in the atmosphere, fell silent, their usual boisterous cheers replaced by an expectant hush. David's gaze was not fixed on the ground, nor was it darting nervously. It was locked onto Goliath, a steady, unwavering stare that seemed to penetrate the very core of the Philistine's being. He was not seeing a man, but an embodiment of defiance, a physical manifestation of the challenge that had been hurled at his people, at his God. He reached into his bag again, his hand closing around one of the chosen stones. He then took the sling, its leather thong supple and strong, and expertly fitted the stone into its pouch. With a practiced motion, David swung the sling, the leather strap whistling through the air. It was a fluid, almost graceful movement, honed by countless hours on the hillsides, defending his flock from the ravenous jaws of wolves and the predatory talons of eagles. There was no hesitation, no wasted motion. The sling spun faster and faster, gathering momentum, the centrifugal force a testament to the power David was about to unleash. Goliath, momentarily caught off guard by the boy's swift action, instinctively raised his shield and braced himself. He was accustomed to the thunderous clash of swords, the jarring impact of spears. He was prepared for a frontal assault, a display of raw, human strength. He was not prepared for this. Then, with a flick of his wrist, David released the thong. The stone, a seemingly insignificant projectile, shot forth with a velocity that defied its humble origin. It streaked through the air, a tiny, deadly comet, aimed with an unerring precision that transcended human skill. It was not merely the aim of a shepherd, it was the guided trajectory of a power far greater than himself. The stone found its mark with a sickening thud. It struck Goliath squarely in the forehead, right between the eyes. The impact was not a glancing blow, it was a direct, devastating hit. The force, amplified by the speed and the divine favor that guided it, was immense. Goliath, the mighty warrior, the invincible giant, staggered. His eyes, which had held only scorn and mockery moments before, widened in disbelief, then glazed over. The towering bronze helmet, designed to protect him from the deadliest of blows, offered no defense against this unexpected, impossible projectile. A guttural groan escaped the giant's lips, a sound that was not of anger, but of profound shock and dawning realization. He stumbled forward, his colossal frame swaying precariously. The spear, still clutched in his hand, slipped from his grasp and clattered uselessly to the ground. His massive shield, which had seemed an insurmountable barrier, fell by his side. The very earth seemed to tremble with his fall. The silence that followed was deafening. The mocking pronouncements, the terrified whispers, the clash of arms that had been anticipated, all were eclipsed by the sound of that single, life-ending thud. Goliath, the terror of Israel, the uncircumcised Philistine who had defied the armies of the living God, lay sprawled on the dusty ground, defeated not by a phalanx of warriors, but by a boy with a sling and a stone. David, his breath coming in ragged gasps, did not rush forward in triumph. He stood his ground, his sling still held loosely in his hand, his eyes never leaving the fallen giant. He understood, with a clarity that pierced through the adrenaline and the awe, that this was not his victory alone. It was a testament to the power of his God, a demonstration that true strength lay not in brute force or gleaming armor, but in unwavering faith and obedience to the divine will. The Israelites, hesitant at first, began to stir. A ripple of disbelief, then a wave of astonishment, swept through their ranks. They had witnessed an impossibility, a miracle unfolding before their very eyes. The fear that had gripped them for so long began to recede, replaced by a dawning sense of wonder and an exhilarating surge of hope. With a final, determined stride, David approached the fallen Goliath. The giant lay vanquished, his reign of terror ended. David, still without a sword, reached down and took the giant's own massive sword from the ground. It was an act of symbolic significance, a declaration that the spoils of victory, the very instruments of the oppressor, would now serve the cause of the liberated. He stood over the lifeless body, a shepherd boy who had answered the call, a testament to the truth that God's power is made perfect in weakness, and that even the smallest of instruments, when wielded by faith and guided by divine purpose, can bring down the mightiest of foes. The valley, which had moments before been a stage for despair, was now filled with the echoes of an astonishing, faith-affirming triumph. The giant had fallen, and in his place stood a symbol of what it truly meant to trust in the Lord. The silence that had descended upon the valley of Elah was not the passive quiet of a held breath, but the stunned, resonant echo of an impossible event. For a heartbeat, perhaps two, time itself seemed to pause, suspended in the infinitesimal space between the stone's impact and the colossus's toppling. Then, the world imploded. From the Philistine ranks, a sound began to ripple, a low murmur that rapidly escalated into a cacophony of disbelief and raw terror. It was the sound of God's being dethroned, of invincibility shattering into 1,000 pieces. Men who had stood shoulder to shoulder with Goliath, who had witnessed his terrifying might firsthand, now stumbled backward, their faces contorted in expressions of abject horror. The ground beneath their feet seemed to have shifted, the very order of the universe thrown into disarray. Their champion, their unassailable bulwark, had been felled by a mere boy, a shepherd armed with nothing more than a sling and an almost unbearable faith. This was not a defeat, it was an apocalypse of their confidence, a soul-shattering realization that their might was not the ultimate power. Their war cries, so potent moments before, were choked off, replaced by panicked shouts and the desperate scrabble of feet seeking to put distance between themselves and the unthinkable. The sight of their giant, sprawled and broken, was more terrifying than any wound he might have inflicted. It was the symbol of their doom, lying dead at the feet of an enemy they had so arrogantly dismissed. Across the valley, a different sound began to build, a nascent rumbling that grew with astonishing speed. It was the sound of a dam breaking, of a pent-up ocean of fear and despair finally finding its release not in terror, but in an explosion of pure, unadulterated joy. The Israelites, who had cowered behind their shields, their faces etched with the grim resignation of men expecting to die, now found their voices. A lone cry, tentative at first, then joined by another, and then another, until the entire army was a single, unified roar. It was a sound that had been silenced for 40 days, a sound that had been buried under the weight of Goliath's taunts and the crushing burden of hopelessness. Now, it erupted with a ferocity that shook the very foundations of the earth. Cheers and triumphant shouts mingled with weeping, the catharsis of men who had been on the brink of annihilation and had been snatched back by a miracle. They surged forward, no longer a broken, dispirited rabble, but a force unleashed, their eyes burning with a newfound fire. The despair that had clung to them like a shroud was ripped away, revealing the exhilarating truth. They were not abandoned, they were delivered. David, though the thunder of his people's exultation began to fill the air, remained rooted for a moment, his gaze still fixed on the fallen behemoth. The adrenaline that had coursed through him began to ebb, leaving a profound sense of awe in its wake. He had done what he set out to do, not through his own strength, but through the power that flowed through him, the power of the God of Israel. He saw Goliath not just as a defeated foe, but as a fallen idol, a symbol of human arrogance brought low. The weight of the moment pressed down on him, a realization of the monumental task that had just been accomplished, and the even greater responsibility that now lay before him. But the battle was not entirely over. The sheer shock of Goliath's demise had momentarily paralyzed the Philistine army, but the instinct for self-preservation was a powerful force. As the Israelites began their exultant advance, the Philistines, their morale shattered but their bodies still intact, began to retreat. Their earlier arrogance had evaporated, replaced by a desperate scramble for survival. The vast army, which had seemed so imposing and unified just moments before, now broke and scattered, a tide of panicked soldiers flowing back towards their encampments. The sight of their defeated champion was a stark testament to their vulnerability, a terrifying emblem of what awaited them if they remained. Yet, even in their retreat, the Philistines were not entirely without their ingrained warrior spirit. Some, particularly the officers and the more seasoned fighters, attempted to maintain some semblance of order, to shield their fleeing comrades and to prevent a complete rout. They barked orders, attempting to rally a defense that was already crumbling from within. But their efforts were like trying to hold back the tide with a sieve. The Israelites, fueled by their victory and the prospect of finally reclaiming their land from their oppressors, pressed their advantage with a ferocity that surprised even themselves. The valley, which had been a stage of dread and humiliation, was now a scene of pursuit and liberation. David, seeing the Philistines beginning to scatter, knew that the momentum of the victory needed to be fully exploited. He was not a general, not a strategist of large-scale warfare, but he understood the psychology of a broken enemy. He needed to solidify his victory, to remove any lingering doubt or potential for resurgence. His eyes fell upon the hulking form of the fallen giant, the source of so much fear and dread. It was still a formidable presence, even in death. A thought, sharp and decisive, struck him. To truly conquer the symbol of their terror, he had to sever it from its source. With a newfound resolve, David strode towards the fallen Goliath. The distance, which had seemed insurmountable when he was approaching the living giant, now felt strangely manageable. The awe of the moment had been tempered by a clear purpose. He reached down, his hand closing around the hilt of the massive sword that had fallen from Goliath's grasp. It was a weighty, brutal weapon, designed for a man of immense strength, and even in David's hands, it felt unwieldy. But he drew it from its sheath, the scraping sound of metal on metal echoing in the sudden lull that followed the initial roar of the Israelites. He stood over Goliath's lifeless body, the immense power of the giant now inert, his reign of terror abruptly ended. The sword, still dripping with the blood of the initial, fatal wound, felt heavy in David's grip. He took a deep breath, the scent of dust and blood filling his nostrils. Then, with a powerful, deliberate motion, he raised the sword and brought it down with all his might upon the neck of the defeated giant. The blade, honed to a fearsome sharpness, sliced through flesh and bone. It was a grim, brutal act, a necessary punctuation to the miracle. With a final, sickening thud, Goliath's head was severed from his body, a stark and undeniable testament to his utter defeat. The act sent a fresh wave of shock through the retreating Philistines. Those who had dared to glance back saw the impossible made graphically real, their champion decapitated, the symbol of their might reduced to a grotesque trophy. The visual confirmation was more potent than any spoken word. It drove home the finality of their loss, the absolute nature of their humiliation. The retreat turned into a panicked flight, their organized attempts at order dissolving completely. The pursuit by the Israelites, now emboldened and invigorated by David's decisive action, became more relentless. They harried the retreating Philistines, capturing many and seizing their weapons and provisions, turning the tide of the war in a single, breathtaking afternoon. David, holding the severed head of Goliath by its hair, stood for a moment, surveying the scene. The valley, moments before a crucible of despair, was now a tableau of victory. The Philistine army was in full retreat, their formidable strength broken, their spirit crushed. The Israelite soldiers, their voices hoarse from shouting, were beginning to regroup, their faces radiant with a joy that bordered on delirium. They looked at David, not as the humble shepherd boy who had walked into the valley, but as a divinely appointed warrior, a hero for the ages. He was a figure of stark contrast. The small, lean frame of a youth holding aloft the massive, bloody head of a giant. It was a powerful image, a visual narrative of faith triumphing over brute force, of courage prevailing over fear. The ancient armor of Goliath lay discarded, a testament to its uselessness against a power it could not comprehend. The spear, its formidable tip now dully reflecting the sunlight, lay forgotten on the ground, a symbol of a threat that had been neutralized. As David stood there, the severed head of Goliath held like a grotesque standard, he felt a profound sense of connection to the generations of Israelites who had suffered under Philistine oppression. He was not just a boy who had won a fight, he was an instrument of divine justice, a deliverer. The taunts that had echoed through the valley for so long were now silenced, replaced by the triumphant shouts of his people. The 40 days of fear and intimidation were over, shattered by a single, well-aimed stone and an unwavering faith. The Israelite soldiers, their initial shock giving way to a surge of heroic pride, began to gather around David. Their faces, etched with the grime and sweat of battle, were alight with awe and gratitude. They saw in him the embodiment of their collective hope, the proof that even the most daunting challenges could be overcome. They clapped him on the back, their rough hands expressing a reverence that words could not adequately convey. Some wept openly, their tears a mixture of relief and the joy of a newfound freedom. The spoils of war, the rich armor and weapons of the vanquished Philistines, were now theirs for the taking. The fear that had held them captive had been replaced by an exhilarating sense of empowerment. They were no longer a defending army, cowering from an enemy, they were a victorious force, pushing back against their oppressors. The psychological shift was immense, a turning point that would resonate through the history of Israel. The giant had fallen, not just physically, but metaphorically. His presence had loomed large for too long, a dark shadow over the land. Now, that shadow had been dispelled, and the light of a new era, guided by faith and courage, was beginning to dawn. David, the shepherd boy, the unlikely champion, was no longer just a shepherd. He had stepped out of the fields and into legend. His act of defiance was not merely a military victory, it was a profound theological statement. It declared to the world, and more importantly to his own people, that their God was alive and active, that he protected and delivered those who trusted in him. It was a message that would echo through the ages, a reminder that true strength lies not in the might of the flesh, but in the unwavering conviction of the Spirit. The roar of victory was more than just the sound of celebration, it was the sound of a people being reborn, their faith renewed, their future, once shrouded in darkness, now illuminated by the brilliant light of an impossible triumph. The silence that had descended upon the valley of Elah was not the passive quiet of a held breath, but the stunned, resonant echo of an impossible event. For a heartbeat, perhaps two, Time itself seemed to pause, suspended in the infinitesimal space between the stone's impact and the colossus's toppling. Then, the world imploded. From the Philistine ranks, a sound began to ripple, a low murmur that rapidly escalated into a cacophony of disbelief and raw terror. It was the sound of gods being dethroned, of invincibility shattering into 1,000 pieces. Men who had stood shoulder to shoulder with Goliath, who had witnessed his terrifying might firsthand, now stumbled backward, their faces contorted in expressions of abject horror. The ground beneath their feet seemed to have shifted, the very order of the universe thrown into disarray. Their champion, their unassailable bulwark, had been felled by a mere boy, a shepherd armed with nothing more than a sling and an almost unbearable faith. This was not a defeat, it was an apocalypse of their confidence, a soul-shattering realization that their might was not the ultimate power. Their war cries, so potent moments before, were choked off, replaced by panicked shouts and the desperate scrabble of feet seeking to put distance between themselves and the unthinkable. The sight of their giant, sprawled and broken, was more terrifying than any wound he might have inflicted. It was the symbol of their doom, lying dead at the feet of an enemy they had so arrogantly dismissed. Across the valley, a different sound began to build, a nascent rumbling that grew with astonishing speed. It was the sound of a dam breaking, of a pent-up ocean of fear and despair finally finding its release not in terror, but in an explosion of pure, unadulterated joy. The Israelites, who had cowered behind their shields, their faces etched with the grim resignation of men expecting to die, now found their voices. A lone cry, tentative at first, then joined by another, and then another, until the entire army was a single, unified roar. It was a sound that had been silenced for 40 days, a sound that had been buried under the weight of Goliath's taunts and the crushing burden of hopelessness. Now, it erupted with a ferocity that shook the very foundations of the earth. Cheers and triumphant shouts mingled with weeping, the catharsis of men who had been on the brink of annihilation and had been snatched back by a miracle. They surged forward, no longer a broken, dispirited rabble, but a force unleashed, their eyes burning with a newfound fire. The despair that had clung to them like a shroud was ripped away, revealing the exhilarating truth. They were not abandoned, they were delivered. David, though the thunder of his people's exultation began to fill the air, remained rooted for a moment, his gaze still fixed on the fallen behemoth. The adrenaline that had coursed through him began to ebb, leaving a profound sense of awe in its wake. He had done what he set out to do, not through his own strength, but through the power that flowed through him, the power of the God of Israel. He saw Goliath not just as a defeated foe, but as a fallen idol, a symbol of human arrogance brought low. The weight of the moment pressed down on him, a realization of the monumental task that had just been accomplished, and the even greater responsibility that now lay before him. But the battle was not entirely over. The sheer shock of Goliath's demise had momentarily paralyzed the Philistine army, but the instinct for self-preservation was a powerful force. As the Israelites began their exultant advance, the Philistines, their morale shattered but their bodies still intact, began to retreat. Their earlier arrogance had evaporated, replaced by a desperate scramble for survival. The vast army, which had seemed so imposing and unified just moments before, now broke and scattered, a tide of panicked soldiers flowing back towards their encampments. The sight of their defeated champion was a stark testament to their vulnerability, a terrifying emblem of what awaited them if they remained. Yet, even in their retreat, the Philistines were not entirely without their ingrained warrior spirit. Some, particularly the officers and the more seasoned fighters, attempted to maintain some semblance of order, to shield their fleeing comrades and to prevent a complete rout. They barked orders, attempting to rally a defense that was already crumbling from within. But their efforts were like trying to hold back the tide with a sieve. The Israelites, fueled by their victory and the prospect of finally reclaiming their land from their oppressors, pressed their advantage with a ferocity that surprised even themselves. The valley, which had been a stage of dread and humiliation, was now a scene of pursuit and liberation. David, seeing the Philistines beginning to scatter, knew that the momentum of the victory needed to be fully exploited. He was not a general, not a strategist of large-scale warfare, but he understood the psychology of a broken enemy. He needed to solidify his victory, to remove any lingering doubt or potential for resurgence. His eyes fell upon the hulking form of the fallen giant, the source of so much fear and dread. It was still a formidable presence, even in death. A thought, sharp and decisive, struck him. To truly conquer the symbol of their terror, he had to sever it from its source. With a newfound resolve, David strode towards the fallen Goliath. The distance, which had seemed insurmountable when he was approaching the living giant, now felt strangely manageable. The awe of the moment had been tempered by a clear purpose. He reached down, his hand closing around the hilt of the massive sword that had fallen from Goliath's grasp. It was a weighty, brutal weapon, designed for a man of immense strength, and even in David's hands, it felt unwieldy. But he drew it from its sheath, the scraping sound of metal on metal echoing in the sudden lull that followed the initial roar of the Israelites. He stood over Goliath's lifeless body, the immense power of the giant now inert, his reign of terror abruptly ended. The sword, still dripping with the blood of the initial, fatal wound, felt heavy in David's grip. He took a deep breath, the scent of dust and blood filling his nostrils. Then, with a powerful, deliberate motion, he raised the sword and brought it down with all his might upon the neck of the defeated giant. The blade, honed to a fearsome sharpness, sliced through flesh and bone. It was a grim, brutal act, a necessary punctuation to the miracle. With a final, sickening thud, Goliath's head was severed from his body, a stark and undeniable testament to his utter defeat. The act sent a fresh wave of shock through the retreating Philistines. Those who had dared to glance back saw the impossible made graphically real, their champion decapitated, the symbol of their might reduced to a grotesque trophy. The visual confirmation was more potent than any spoken word. It drove home the finality of their loss, the absolute nature of their humiliation. The retreat turned into a panicked flight, their organized attempts at order dissolving completely. The pursuit by the Israelites, now emboldened and invigorated by David's decisive action, became more relentless. They harried the retreating Philistines, capturing many and seizing their weapons and provisions, turning the tide of the war in a single, breathtaking afternoon. David, holding the severed head of Goliath by its hair, stood for a moment, surveying the scene. The valley, moments before a crucible of despair, was now a tableau of victory. The Philistine army was in full retreat, their formidable strength broken, their spirit crushed. The Israelite soldiers, their voices hoarse from shouting, were beginning to regroup, their faces radiant with a joy that bordered on delirium. They looked at David, not as the humble shepherd boy who had walked into the valley, but as a divinely appointed warrior, a hero for the ages. He was a figure of stark contrast. The small, lean frame of a youth holding aloft the massive, bloody head of a giant. It was a powerful image, a visual narrative of faith triumphing over brute force, of courage prevailing over fear. The ancient armor of Goliath lay discarded, a testament to its uselessness against a power it could not comprehend. The spear, its formidable tip now dully reflecting the sunlight, lay forgotten on the ground, a symbol of a threat that had been neutralized. As David stood there, the severed head of Goliath held like a grotesque standard, he felt a profound sense of connection to the generations of Israelites who had suffered under Philistine oppression. He was not just a boy who had won a fight, he was an instrument of divine justice, a deliverer. The taunts that had echoed through the valley for so long were now silenced, replaced by the triumphant shouts of his people. The 40 days of fear and intimidation were over, shattered by a single, well-aimed stone and an unwavering faith. The Israelite soldiers, their initial shock giving way to a surge of heroic pride, began to gather around David. Their faces, etched with the grime and sweat of battle, were alight with awe and gratitude. They saw in him the embodiment of their collective hope, the proof that even the most daunting challenges could be overcome. They clapped him on the back, their rough hands expressing a reverence that words could not adequately convey. Some wept openly, their tears a mixture of relief and the joy of a newfound freedom. The spoils of war, the rich armor and weapons of the vanquished Philistines, were now theirs for the taking. The fear that had held them captive had been replaced by an exhilarating sense of empowerment. They were no longer a defending army, cowering from an enemy, they were a victorious force, pushing back against their oppressors. The psychological shift was immense, a turning point that would resonate through the history of Israel. The giant had fallen, not just physically, but metaphorically. His presence had loomed large for too long, a dark shadow over the land. Now, that shadow had been dispelled, and the light of a new era, guided by faith and courage, was beginning to dawn. David, the shepherd boy, the unlikely champion, was no longer just a shepherd. He had stepped out of the fields and into legend. His act of defiance was not merely a military victory, it was a profound theological statement. It declared to the world, and more importantly to his own people, that their God was alive and active, that he protected and delivered those who trusted in him. It was a message that would echo through the ages, a reminder that true strength lies not in the might of the flesh, but in the unwavering conviction of the Spirit. The roar of victory was more than just the sound of celebration, it was the sound of a people being reborn, their faith renewed, their future, once shrouded in darkness, now illuminated by the brilliant light of an impossible triumph. The dust of the battlefield had barely settled, and the echoes of battle cries had begun to recede, replaced by a hum of excited chatter and the clinking of armor being gathered. David, still clutching Goliath's immense sword, felt a shift in the very atmosphere around him. The stares that had once been of pity or indifference were now of unadulterated awe. He was no longer just another face in the Israelite ranks, he was the singular reason for their elation, the instrument of their deliverance. This was not just a victory, it was an anointing by circumstance, a catapulting from the quiet pastures to the very forefront of national consciousness. The journey back from the valley of Elah was unlike any he had ever taken. Where before there had been the solitary companionship of sheep and the silent company of the hills, there was now a throng. Soldiers, their faces smeared with the grime of pursuit and the sweat of exertion, but their eyes shining with a light that spoke of renewed hope, pressed in around him. They called his name, not with the familiarity of a fellow warrior, but with the reverence reserved for a savior. They recounted the tale of his prowess, embellishing it with each telling, transforming the swift, decisive action into an epic saga. David, accustomed to the quiet dignity of his calling, found himself adrift in a sea of praise, a shepherd suddenly thrust into the role of a hero. News of the fallen giant and the shepherd boy who felled him traveled with the speed of rumor, carried by fleeing Philistines and exultant Israelites alike. By the time David and his triumphant army reached the Israelite encampments, the news had preceded them like a herald. A wave of emotion, a potent mix of relief, disbelief, and overwhelming gratitude, washed over the assembled people. Women wept openly, men raised their voices in songs of praise, and children, who had known only the shadow of fear, now danced in the light of a miraculous victory. David was lifted onto the shoulders of jubilant soldiers, paraded through the camp like a returning monarch, his lean frame a stark contrast to the colossal victory he represented. He saw families reunited, the fear etched on their faces slowly dissolving into tears of joy, all a direct consequence of the impossible feat he had accomplished. This was the beginning of favor, a favor so potent it felt like a tangible force, a warmth that spread through his very being. It was amidst this surge of national euphoria that the summons came. Not a casual invitation, but a royal decree, delivered by a stern-faced officer of the king. David, still clad in the spoils of war, Goliath's immense armor, now a comical, ill-fitting burden upon his slight frame, and the giant's formidable sword slung across his back, was to appear before King Saul immediately. The king, the man who had been paralyzed by fear and doubt for so long, was now to meet the very instrument of his salvation. The transition from the battlefield to the royal court was a disorienting one. The open air of the valley, the scent of dust and sweat, was replaced by the perfumed silence of palace halls, the muted gleam of polished stone, and the hushed footsteps of courtiers. David, who had spent his days wrestling with the elements and the wild beasts that threatened his flock, now found himself navigating a labyrinth of political intrigue and veiled glances. King Saul, once a towering figure of authority, now seemed a man consumed by anxieties, his eyes, when they met David's, holding a mixture of gratitude and a flicker of something far more unsettling. Saul's initial reception of David was effusive. He embraced the young man, praising his courage and his unwavering faith. He declared David a hero of Israel, a champion blessed by God himself. The king, in a gesture of profound gratitude and perhaps a desperate attempt to recapture some of his own lost glory, appointed David to his personal service. This was not a position of soldiery, however. The tales of David's musical talents, once dismissed as the simple melodies of a shepherd boy, now gained a new significance. Saul, plagued by dark moods and a spirit that troubled him, heard that David's harp could soothe his troubled soul. Thus, David, the slayer of giants, became the royal musician, his days now filled with the intricate melodies of courtly life rather than the simple tunes of his pastoral past. This appointment, while seemingly an honor, was a delicate balancing act. David, the humble shepherd, was now expected to entertain the king, to weave music from the threads of his experience, and to do so with the grace and decorum befitting the royal court. He learned to temper his wilder, improvisational melodies with the more structured compositions that pleased the king. His music, born from the fields and the heart, now echoed through the gilded halls of power, a constant reminder of the simple faith that had conquered the seemingly invincible. He found that the same spirit that guided his sling stones also guided his fingers across the harp strings, allowing him to create music that was both powerful and deeply soulful. Yet, David's presence at court was not solely confined to his musical talents. His reputation as a warrior preceded him. The story of his victory over Goliath had resonated throughout the land, igniting a fire in the hearts of the Israelites and striking a chilling fear into the Philistines. The tales of his bravery spread like wildfire, transforming him from a mere shepherd into a symbol of hope and courage. It was inevitable that such a man would soon find himself on the battlefield again, not as an impromptu hero, but as a deliberate force. King Saul, recognizing the immense potential of this young warrior, soon began to grant David military responsibilities. Initially, these were minor commands, leading small contingents into skirmishes against enemy outposts. But David's innate leadership and tactical acumen, honed by years of protecting his flock from predators, quickly became apparent. He led his men with a quiet confidence that inspired loyalty and courage. He fought not with brute force, but with cunning and a deep understanding of his enemy, much like he had faced Goliath. His strategies were effective, his victories decisive, and his reputation as a commander grew with astonishing speed. David's military successes were a stark contrast to Saul's own declining fortunes on the battlefield. Where David's presence seemed to galvanize the Israelite troops, bringing them victory and boosting their morale, Saul's leadership was increasingly marked by hesitation and despair. The king, once a mighty warrior himself, now found his courage waning, his judgment clouded by the same dark spirits that David's music seemed to temporarily dispel. This growing disparity between the king's waning prowess and David's ascendant star began to sow seeds of discontent within the court and, more dangerously, within Saul's own heart. The people of Israel, who had once sung praises of Saul, now sang of David. His name was on every lip, his deeds recounted with fervent admiration. He was no longer just the king's musician, he was the people's champion, the embodiment of their renewed spirit. This popular adoration, while a testament to God's favor upon David, was a source of immense envy for Saul. The king, whose own reign had been marked by moments of divine favor, now saw a younger, more charismatic figure eclipsing him in the eyes of his own people. The warmth that had once surrounded Saul began to chill, replaced by a gnawing suspicion and a deep-seated jealousy. David's life, once a simple rhythm of pastoral duty, had become a complex tapestry woven with threads of music, warfare, and the precarious favor of a troubled king. He had moved from the fields to the palace, from the quiet contemplation of nature to the volatile arena of human ambition and political maneuvering. The transition was as rapid as it was profound, a testament to the way divine favor could reshape a life in an instant. Yet, even as he navigated these new complexities, David remained rooted in the faith that had guided him to victory. He understood that his position, his talents, and his victories were not his own, but gifts bestowed upon him by a higher power. This humble understanding, however, did not shield him from the growing shadow of Saul's resentment, a shadow that promised to cast long and dark into the unfolding narrative of his life. The shepherd boy had fallen into favor, but the true trials, the trials of the human heart and the corrupting influence of power, were only just beginning to unfold. Chapter 3. The poet king's heart. The king's pronouncement, delivered with a mixture of gratitude and an unsettling tremor, had been swift. David, the shepherd boy who had felled the giant, was to serve in Saul's personal retinue. But this was no simple courtly appointment. The king, racked by a spirit that seemed to possess him, found solace only in the melodies David coaxed from his harp. And so, the slayer of giants became the royal musician, his days now a stark contrast to the sun-drenched freedom of the pastures. The gilded halls of Gibeah, once a place of distant awe, now echoed with the improvisational laments and triumphant hymns that flowed from David's nimble fingers. He learned to weave his raw, elemental music into the fabric of courtly life, transforming the wild melodies of the hills into compositions fit for a king, yet retaining the untamed spirit that had captivated Saul in the first place. Yet, David's presence at court was not solely confined to his musical talents. His reputation as a warrior, a boy who had stared down death and emerged victorious, preceded him like a roaring flame. The tales of his valor in the valley of Elah had ignited a spark of hope across Israel, a stark counterpoint to the pervasive fear of Philistine dominance. These stories, embellished with each retelling, painted him not merely as a brave soldier, but as a divinely chosen champion, a shepherd boy marked by God. It was inevitable that such a man, a symbol of courage and faith, would soon find himself drawn back to the battlefield, not as an impromptu hero this time, but as a deliberate force, a commander. King Saul, a man whose own star was beginning to dim, recognized the immense potential simmering within this young warrior. He began to entrust David with military responsibilities, initially in smaller capacities, leading skirmishes against border outposts, engaging scattered Philistine patrols. But David, whose innate leadership qualities had been honed by years of protecting his flock from predatory beasts, proved himself an astute commander. He led his men not with brute force, but with a quiet confidence that inspired unwavering loyalty. His strategies were a blend of cunning and a deep, almost intuitive understanding of his adversaries, mirroring the very approach that had brought down Goliath. His victories, though often on a smaller scale than his legendary debut, were decisive, and his reputation as a capable commander grew with astonishing speed, a stark contrast to the king's own faltering campaigns. The people of Israel, who had once sung paeans to Saul's strength, now found themselves chanting the name of David. His deeds were recounted with fervent admiration in every village and town. He was no longer just the king's musician, he was the people's champion, the living embodiment of their renewed spirit, the proof that even the most insurmountable odds could be overcome by faith and courage. This burgeoning popularity, while a clear testament to God's favor, began to cast a long shadow over Saul. The king, whose reign had been built on moments of divine intervention, now watched with growing unease as a younger, more charismatic figure eclipsed him in the eyes of his own people. The warmth of his initial gratitude began to chill, replaced by a gnawing suspicion and a deep-seated jealousy that festered in the quiet solitude of his chambers. The disparity between Saul's waning prowess and David's ascendant star became increasingly apparent. Where David's presence on the battlefield seemed to galvanize the Israelite troops, infusing them with courage and leading them to victory, Saul's own leadership was marked by hesitation and a palpable despair. The king, once a formidable warrior, found his resolve crumbling, his judgment clouded by the same dark spirits that David's music could only temporarily appease. This growing chasm between the two men, amplified by the fervent adoration of the populace, began to sow seeds of discontent within the court and, more dangerously, within Saul's own troubled heart. The king's gaze, when it fell upon David, now held a dangerous glint, a mixture of envy and a primal fear of being supplanted. It was this potent cocktail of admiration and fear that finally tipped Saul's precarious balance. One fateful afternoon, as David played his harp, filling the king's chambers with a melody that spoke of both sorrow and soaring hope, Saul's eyes, fixed on the young man, suddenly narrowed. The music, meant to soothe, now seemed to stir a storm within him. The king, his voice a low growl that cut through the harmonious strains, suddenly snatched a spear from a nearby guard. With a guttural cry, he hurled it at David. The missile, meant to find its mark, was narrowly dodged by the quick-witted musician, striking the wall where David had stood moments before. The clear, unmistakable message was delivered. David, the beloved hero, the divinely favored warrior, was now perceived as a threat, a rival to the throne. The ensuing chaos was immediate. Guards scrambled, courtiers gasped, and David, his heart now a forgotten instrument of peace, realized the depth of Saul's madness. He had narrowly escaped death, a stark realization that his life was no longer safe within the king's court. The favor that had elevated him had also made him a target. This was not the end of his journey, but a brutal, violent turning point. The king's jealousy, once a simmering ember, had erupted into a consuming fire, forcing David to flee, to abandon the life he had begun to build, and to embrace the harsh reality of exile. He fled that night, melting into the darkness that had once been his companion in the fields, but was now a sanctuary from a king's wrath. His departure was not that of a defeated foe, but of a fugitive, a man driven from his home by the very hand that had once lauded him. He carried with him little more than the clothes on his back, the knowledge of the wilderness, and the unwavering faith that had guided him thus far. The memory of the spear whizzing past his ear, however, was a chilling reminder of the precariousness of his situation. The divine mandate for his kingship, once a beacon of certainty, now seemed shrouded in the shadows of Saul's paranoia. His first refuge was not a place of comfort, but of necessity, the priestly city of Nob. Here, he sought sustenance and, more importantly, counsel and arms. The priests, accustomed to David's piety and recognizing the injustice of his plight, offered him aid. They provided him with consecrated bread, a provision usually reserved for the priests themselves, a testament to their belief in David's righteousness. And then, with a heavy heart and a keen understanding of its grim purpose, Ahimelech, the high priest, retrieved the very sword that David had taken from the defeated Goliath. The colossal weapon, a symbol of his greatest triumph, now became the instrument of his survival, a heavy burden to bear in his flight from the king. But the priest's act of kindness, born of compassion and faith, proved to be their undoing. Saul, his paranoia fueled by the knowledge of David's escape and his growing suspicion that he was being aided, descended upon Nob with a brutal fury. The king, convinced of their complicity, ordered a massacre. The innocent priests, men of God who had only shown mercy, were put to the sword. The city, once a sanctuary of divine worship, was reduced to ashes. This horrific act, perpetrated in his name, served as a grim testament to the depths of Saul's madness and the escalating danger that David's very existence posed to those around him. The blood of the priests cried out from the ground, a stark reminder of the perilous path David was now forced to tread. From the ashes of Nob, David's flight took him further into the wilderness, towards the desolate hills and arid plains that bordered the Philistine territory. This was a land of harsh beauty, of stark contrasts, where life clung tenaciously to existence amidst relentless sun and unforgiving rock. Here, amidst the howling winds and the vast, empty horizons, David began to gather around him those who, like him, were disenfranchised, desperate, or simply seeking refuge from Saul's increasingly tyrannical rule. They were a motley crew, debtors, malcontents, and warriors disillusioned with the king's reign. They were men who had nothing to lose, and in David, they found a leader who offered them not just survival, but a purpose. His leadership in these formative days was not forged in the polished halls of royalty, but in the crucible of shared hardship. He learned to navigate the treacherous terrain, to find water in parched wadis, and to secure provisions through cunning raids and the spoils of skirmishes against Saul's pursuing forces and Amalekite raiders. He shared their meager rations, slept under the same star-strewn skies, and faced the same dangers. His empathy was not a cultivated courtly virtue, but a genuine connection forged in the fires of adversity. He listened to their grievances, acknowledged their fears, and instilled in them a sense of hope, a belief that they were not merely fugitives, but a nascent force, destined for something greater. The caves of Adullam, a warren of natural fortresses carved into the rocky hillsides, became their first true stronghold. Here, in the echoing darkness, surrounded by the stark beauty of the Judean wilderness, David began to mold his disparate band into a formidable fighting force. He trained them rigorously, honing their skills in archery, swordplay, and the art of guerrilla warfare. He taught them the importance of discipline, of loyalty to one another, and of unwavering faith in God, the ultimate source of their strength and deliverance. The very landscape, once an obstacle to be endured, became an ally, its rugged terrain providing cover and tactical advantage against the larger, less agile forces of Saul. His reign as a fugitive king was a period of intense personal growth and divine preparation. The trials he faced were not merely physical, they were spiritual and emotional. He wrestled with doubt, with the profound injustice of his persecution by a king he had served, and with the immense responsibility of leading these desperate men. There were moments, in the dead of night, when the weight of it all threatened to crush him, when the promise of kingship felt like a distant, unattainable dream. Yet, in those darkest hours, he would turn his gaze to the heavens, recalling the words of the prophets, the covenant God had made with his ancestor David, and the unwavering faith that had seen him through the valley of Elah. One of the most profound tests of his leadership came during a daring raid against the Philistine encampments. Word had reached David that the Philistines, sensing Saul's weakened grip on the kingdom, were launching a major offensive. Simultaneously, intel also indicated that a company of David's own men were in desperate need of water, their supply lines cut off by Saul's patrols. Torn between the strategic imperative of striking the enemy and the immediate, humanitarian need to save his own people, David made a decision that showcased his evolving leadership. He divided his forces, sending a contingent to engage the Philistines while he, with a smaller, elite group, braved the dangerous territory patrolled by Saul's men to reach the parched encampment. The ensuing skirmish with the Philistines was fierce, but David's forces, utilizing their knowledge of the terrain and their superior morale, managed to repulse the attack, capturing significant spoils. Meanwhile, David's daring mission to rescue his men was a success. He arrived, a whirlwind of determined energy, and drove off the pursuers, securing the much-needed water. The double victory, achieved through strategic brilliance and personal courage, solidified his reputation not only as a capable warrior but as a compassionate leader who valued the lives of his men above all else. This act of selfless bravery resonated deeply within his ranks, forging an unbreakable bond between him and the men who followed him. They saw in him a leader who understood their struggles, who shared their risks, and who would not abandon them. His adherence to divine law, even in his fugitive state, was another defining characteristic. During his time in the wilderness, David came across the priestly city of Keilah, which was under siege by the Philistines. The townspeople, facing certain annihilation, appealed to David for help. This presented a moral dilemma. To intervene would mean directly confronting Saul's enemies, potentially drawing the king's attention and wrath. However, it also presented an opportunity to protect a community of God's people and to demonstrate his commitment to justice. Consulting God through the priest Abiathar, David received a clear affirmation. He was told that if he intervened, the Philistines would indeed be defeated, but also that Saul would march against Keilah. David, understanding the risks, chose to act. His forces routed the Philistines, saving Keilah and securing its loyalty. When Saul learned of this, he saw it not as a victory for Israel, but as David consolidating his own power base, further fueling his paranoia. David, however, had acted according to a higher calling, proving that his commitment to God's people transcended his own personal safety. The vast deserts of Ziph and Maon became both a sanctuary and a hunting ground. Here, David and his men learned to live off the land, their existence a constant dance between evasion and opportunistic raids. They became ghosts of the wilderness, appearing only to strike and then vanishing into the intricate network of caves and rocky outcrops. Saul, relentless in his pursuit, would often track them to the brink of discovery, only for David's prayers and his men's vigilance to allow them to slip through his grasp. There were moments when David could have easily eliminated Saul, when the king, lost and vulnerable, presented an open target. Yet, on each occasion, David refused to lift his hand against the Lord's anointed king. He remembered his anointing, his promise to God, and his refusal to usurp Saul's position, no matter the provocation. These acts of restraint, while perhaps seeming like missed opportunities for vengeance, were profound displays of his character and his deep-seated reverence for divine order. The narrative of David's exile is not one of passive suffering, but of active resilience. It is the story of a man tested in the most extreme conditions, stripped of his comfort and security, yet emerging with his faith not only intact but strengthened. The harshness of the wilderness, the constant threat of Saul's pursuit, the responsibility of leading a band of desperate men, all these forged him into the king he was destined to become. He learned the true meaning of leadership, not through decree, but through shared struggle and unwavering commitment. He understood the hearts of the common people, the disenfranchised, the weary, because he lived among them, slept under the same sky, and fought for their very survival. His kingship, when it finally came, would not be a sudden elevation, but a crown forged in the fires of hardship, tempered by faith, and earned through the crucible of exile. The scars of this period would be etched not just on his skin, but on his soul, shaping him into a king who understood suffering, who valued loyalty, and who would forever be indebted to the God who had guided him through the darkness. The wilderness was his university, and the pursuit was his relentless, divine curriculum. The Psalms, those ancient hymns that have echoed through millennia, are more than mere collections of poetry, they are the very fabric of a soul laid bare. In the whirlwind of David's life, from the sun-drenched hillsides of his youth to the shadowed caves of his fugitive years, a profound spiritual alchemy took place. His experiences, etched with the sting of betrayal, the thrill of victory, the gnawing fear of pursuit, and the soaring heights of divine communion, did not merely pass through him. They were distilled, transformed, and poured out in a torrent of song and lament. These were not abstract theological musings, but raw, visceral outpourings born of a life lived on the precipice, a life where the divine and the human collided with breathtaking intensity. The creation of these psalms was not a detached, intellectual exercise. Rather, it was an intrinsic part of David's very being, a divine endowment that allowed him to articulate the inexpressible. When he sat with his harp, the strings vibrating beneath his touch, it was as if the very breath of God moved through him, guiding his hands, shaping his voice, and infusing his words with an enduring power. Each psalm was a snapshot, a living testament to a specific moment in his tumultuous journey, a moment where his heart, overwhelmed by emotion, found its most potent release in lyrical expression. Consider the Psalms of Lament. These are not the polite expressions of mild disappointment, but the gut-wrenching cries of a soul in agony. When David sang of his enemies, he wasn't merely describing political rivals, he was painting a vivid, often terrifying, portrait of those who sought his destruction, those who hounded him relentlessly through the desolate wilderness. The weight of his perceived injustices, the sting of betrayal by those he had once trusted, the sheer terror of being hunted, these emotions found their outlet in verses that speak of bones being broken, of his enemies' mouths being filled with venom, of the earth swallowing him whole. Psalm 22, for instance, with its desolate cry, my God, why have you forsaken me? Why are you so far from saving me, from my cries of anguish?" is a window into moments when despair threatened to engulf him entirely. This was not a hypothetical scenario, this was the echo of his own voice, raised in the dark, seeking solace in the vast, indifferent expanse of the desert night. Yet, even in the depths of such despair, a flicker of unyielding faith persisted. The Psalms of Lament are inextricably linked to Psalms of trust and deliverance. The same voice that cried out in anguish would, in the very next breath, affirm his belief in God's ultimate power to rescue. "But you, O Lord, are a shield about me, my glory, and the lifter of my head," he would proclaim, as if steeling himself against the encroaching darkness. This oscillation between profound sorrow and steadfast hope is the hallmark of David's Psalms, reflecting the dual nature of human experience, the capacity for immense suffering alongside the innate human yearning for redemption. It was in this very tension, this constant ebb and flow between the depths of despair and the peaks of unwavering faith, that the true power of his poetry lay. He did not shy away from the darkness, he plunged into it, and in doing so, he discovered the radiant light that lay beyond. The Psalms of Praise are equally revealing. They are not merely perfunctory thanksgivings, but exuberant celebrations of God's might and faithfulness. When David sang of God's strength, it was the same God who had empowered him to slay a giant, who had protected him from Saul's murderous rage, and who had provided for him and his men in the barren wilderness. These songs were born from moments of overwhelming gratitude, from victories hard won, and from the sheer awe of witnessing God's intervention in his life. Psalm 18, recounting his deliverance from Saul and his enemies, is a testament to this. The Lord is my rock, my fortress and my deliverer, my God is my rock, in whom I take refuge, my shield and the horn of my salvation, my stronghold. This was not just a lyrical flourish, it was a deeply felt declaration of gratitude for survival, for deliverance from a threat that had loomed larger than any physical enemy. The Psalms of Thanksgiving often recount specific instances of God's deliverance. They are detailed narratives of his providential care, filled with vivid imagery and heartfelt emotion. When his men were thirsty, and he found a hidden spring, when they were outnumbered, and a sudden storm scattered their enemies, when he was cornered, and an unexpected escape route presented itself, these were not mere coincidences. For David, they were irrefutable proof of God's active engagement in his life. Each psalm of thanksgiving is a spiritual memorial, a way of ensuring that the lessons learned in moments of crisis were not forgotten, but etched into the collective memory of his people. Beyond these broad categories, there are psalms that delve into the intricacies of his inner life, exploring his deepest desires, his wrestling with doubt, and his profound longing for communion with God. The Psalms of Wisdom, for instance, reflect his contemplation of the righteous and the wicked, grappling with the age-old question of why evil often seems to prosper. In Psalm 73, he expresses his initial envy of the wicked who seem to have it so easy, only to ultimately find solace and understanding in God's presence. When I tried to understand this, it was too painful for me until I went into the sanctuary of God. Then I understood their end, he confesses, illustrating his journey from confusion to clarity through spiritual discipline and seeking God's perspective. Then there are the Psalms that speak of his yearning for God's presence. These are often intimate, devotional pieces, expressing a desire for closeness with the divine that transcends any earthly relationship. As the deer pants for streams of water, so my soul pants for you, O God, he writes in Psalm 42, a metaphor that perfectly captures the insatiable thirst of a spirit longing for its source. These were not merely poetic sentiments, they were the expressions of a man who, despite his regal destiny and his warrior prowess, understood that his true strength and fulfillment lay in his relationship with the Almighty. In the quiet moments, away from the clamor of war and the weight of leadership, David sought out the sacred, finding in its embrace a peace that the world could never offer. The creation of the Psalms was, therefore, a continuous, organic process, woven into the very fabric of David's existence. The arduous journey of his fugitive years, marked by constant movement, scarcity, and the ever-present threat of discovery, became a fertile ground for his poetic and spiritual development. The caves of Adullam, the desolate wilderness of Ziph and Maon, the rugged terrain of the Judean desert, these were not just backdrops to his flight, but active participants in the shaping of his soul. He lived, breathed, and bled his faith, and in doing so, he transformed his lived experience into timeless anthems that would speak to generations yet unborn. His understanding of divine justice was also forged in the crucible of his own persecution. He knew the sting of injustice firsthand, the pain of being wrongly accused and relentlessly hunted. This personal experience imbued his pronouncements on righteousness and judgment with a profound authenticity. He did not merely preach about justice, he had lived its absence and longed for its restoration. This informed his pleas for God to vindicate him, to expose the lies of his accusers, and to bring about a righteous reckoning. Psalms like the 35th, which implores God to fight against those who fight against him, are steeped in this deep-seated understanding of the struggle for justice. The sheer variety of emotions expressed within the Psalms is staggering, a testament to the breadth and depth of David's inner landscape. There are psalms of pure joy, of unadulterated delight in God's goodness, psalms of deep contrition, acknowledging his own failings and seeking forgiveness, psalms of meditation, where he reflects on the wonders of creation and the divine order, and psalms of prophecy, where he seems to glimpse the unfolding of God's eternal plan. Each psalm is a unique facet of his complex personality, a carefully crafted jewel reflecting a different aspect of his relationship with the divine. The poetic gift, as presented in the narrative of David's life, was not merely a natural talent he possessed, but a divine endowment, a sacred charge. It was through this gift that he could commune with God on a level that transcended ordinary prayer, transforming his deepest feelings and most profound insights into a language that resonated with the eternal. This divine inspiration was evident in the way his words could articulate the ineffable, giving voice to emotions that would otherwise remain trapped within the confines of the human heart. He was a conduit, a vessel through which the divine found expression in human song. The impact of these psalms extended far beyond David's own lifetime. They became the spiritual heartbeat of Israel, sung in the temple, recited in times of joy and sorrow, and used to teach the principles of faith and obedience. Even after the destruction of the temple and the exile, the Psalms remained a source of comfort and hope, a tangible connection to their spiritual heritage. They provided a framework for understanding God's character, for navigating the complexities of life, and for maintaining faith in the face of overwhelming adversity. The very structure of the Psalter, with its intricate arrangement of different types of psalms, suggests a deliberate, divinely guided compilation. While David was the primary author, the compilation itself speaks to a larger purpose, a collection designed to encompass the full spectrum of human experience in relation to God. From the ecstatic praise of creation to the harrowing laments of suffering, the Psalms offer a comprehensive guide to spiritual life. David's willingness to be vulnerable in his writing is perhaps one of the most striking aspects of the Psalms. He did not present himself as a flawless hero, but as a man prone to doubt, fear, and even sin. His confessions of sin and his pleas for forgiveness, particularly in psalms like the 51st, are remarkably raw and honest. This vulnerability, far from diminishing his stature, actually makes him more relatable, more human. It assures readers that even in their own struggles with imperfection, they are not alone, and that God's mercy is available to all who seek it. His understanding of the covenant relationship between God and Israel is also a recurring theme. He frequently invokes the promises made to Abraham, to Isaac, and to Jacob, grounding his own pleas and praises in the historical faithfulness of God. This historical consciousness adds another layer of depth to the Psalms, connecting his personal experiences to the grand narrative of God's redemptive work throughout history. He saw his own life as a continuation of this divine plan, a testament to God's enduring covenant love. The Psalms of the Fugitive King, born from hardship and honed by exile, ultimately served as a preview of his reign. They revealed the character of the man who would sit on the throne, a man who understood suffering, who valued justice, who craved God's presence, and who was utterly dependent on divine grace. The wilderness was his classroom, and the Psalms were his most profound lessons, etched into the very soul of Israel, and echoing through the ages, a timeless testament to the poet-king's heart. His legacy, therefore, is not merely that of a warrior or a monarch, but of a spiritual artist, whose divinely inspired words continue to nourish the souls of believers, offering solace in sorrow, strength in weakness, and enduring hope in the face of life's deepest mysteries. The anointed shoulders of David bore the weight of a kingdom, but also the heavier burden of a soul deeply entwined with the divine. He was God's chosen, a shepherd boy lifted from the pastures to the pinnacle of power, his life a testament to the extraordinary ways the Almighty chose to manifest His will. Yet, within this vessel of divine purpose, the currents of human frailty ran deep and treacherous. The Psalms, in their raw, unvarnished honesty, reveal not just the triumphs of faith but also the profound stumbles of a man wrestling with desires that warred against his spirit. It is a truth as old as humanity itself, that the chosen are not immune to the fallen nature that characterizes our existence. The story of David and Bathsheba remains a dark stain on the tapestry of his reign, a chilling reminder of how easily a heart devoted to God can be ensnared by temptation. From the vantage point of his royal palace, a place of privilege and comfort, David's gaze fell upon Bathsheba, a woman of striking beauty, as she bathed. It was a moment that would irrevocably alter the course of his life, a stark illustration of how even a king, accustomed to having his desires met, could succumb to the most destructive of passions. The narrative does not seek to excuse his actions, but to understand the human heart that beat within the chosen king. His longing, ignited by a fleeting glimpse, festered into a consuming lust, a dangerous departure from the righteousness he so often extolled in his psalms. This was not a casual transgression, it was a deliberate act of stepping away from the sacred path, a descent into the shadows of forbidden desire. The subsequent events laid bare the true horror of David's moral descent. The discovery of Bathsheba's pregnancy, a tangible consequence of his transgression, thrust him into a desperate spiral of deception. The man who had once trusted God implicitly, who had faced down giants and armies with unwavering faith, now sought to cover his sin with a deceitful plot. His adultery with Bathsheba was a violation of his covenant with God and a betrayal of his loyal servant, Uriah. The thought of a child born from such an unholy union, a testament to his kingship and his private shame, became an unbearable prospect. The kingdom's integrity, and David's own image, seemed paramount, eclipsing the sanctity of truth and the sanctity of life. The depth of David's depravity reached its zenith in the calculated murder of Uriah. A soldier renowned for his honor and loyalty, Uriah was a man who, in his unwavering devotion, unknowingly became the pawn in his king's wicked scheme. David, blinded by his sin and desperate to maintain the facade of a righteous ruler, orchestrated Uriah's death on the battlefield. He commanded Joab, his trusted general, to place Uriah in the thickest of the fighting, to ensure that he would be struck down and killed. This was not a rash act of passion, but a cold, deliberate plan to eliminate the one obstacle standing between him and his illicit union. The betrayal of Uriah, a man who had fought bravely for David, who had slept on the hard ground with his fellow soldiers while David indulged in the comforts of his palace, was a profound act of inhumanity. The king, who penned psalms of protection and justice, became the architect of a heinous crime, twisting the very instruments of warfare into tools of personal vengeance and cover-up. The prophet Nathan's confrontation with David serves as a pivotal moment, a stark mirror held up to the king's tarnished soul. Sent by God, Nathan did not directly accuse David but instead wove a parable, a story of a rich man who, possessing countless sheep, stole a single, beloved ewe lamb from a poor man to prepare a meal for a traveler. The story, simple yet devastatingly potent, struck David to his core. His righteous anger flared, proclaiming that such a man deserved to die, and must make restitution fourfold. It was in that moment of fierce judgment against a man he believed to be a stranger that Nathan delivered the devastating blow, "You are the man." The weight of Nathan's words, the divine indictment, crushed David's carefully constructed facade. The psalms that had sung of God's justice now found their echo in David's own condemnation. He was the rich man, who, with all the power and privilege of his kingship, had taken what was not his, and had then compounded his sin by orchestrating the death of the innocent. The stark contrast between his outward piety and his secret transgressions became agonizingly clear. The man who could articulate the deepest longings of the human spirit for God was also capable of the most profound moral failures. This paradox is what makes David such a compelling, and enduring, figure. He is not a distant, untouchable saint, but a man whose spiritual highs were matched by his devastating lows. The consequences of David's sin were immediate and far-reaching. The child born to David and Bathsheba died, a poignant and heartbreaking reminder of the sanctity of life that David had so brutally disregarded. This loss, a direct result of his actions, brought David to his knees in true repentance, a sorrow so profound that it is captured in the mournful verses of Psalm 51. This psalm, a masterpiece of confession and contrition, is not merely an apology, it is a soul laid bare, a raw outpouring of grief and a desperate plea for divine mercy. Have mercy on me, O God, according to your steadfast love, according to your abundant mercy blot out my transgressions. Wash me thoroughly from my iniquity, and cleanse me from my sin. For I know my transgressions, and my sin is ever before me. Against you, you only, have I sinned and done what is evil in your sight, so that you may be justified in your words and blameless in your judgment. In these lines, David acknowledges the depth of his sin, not just against Bathsheba and Uriah, but ultimately against God. His realization that his actions were a direct offense against the divine, the source of all righteousness, is a crucial step in his journey back to spiritual wholeness. The repentance expressed in Psalm 51 is a testament to David's genuine remorse, a profound turning away from his sin. It is a psalm that speaks to the universal human experience of falling short, of failing to live up to one's ideals, and of the desperate need for forgiveness. He begs for a clean heart, and a renewed spirit, a profound desire to be made whole again, not just outwardly, but inwardly. This was not a superficial plea for absolution, but a deep yearning for the restoration of his relationship with God, a desire to once again feel the comforting presence of the divine. He recognized that true cleansing came not from external acts, but from an internal transformation, a complete overhaul of his corrupted spirit. Despite his profound repentance, the repercussions of his sin continued to shadow his reign. The narrative of his life does not present a neat resolution where all is forgiven and forgotten. The sword, as Nathan foretold, would never depart from David's house, and his own children would suffer the consequences of his transgressions. The subsequent events of his life, the rebellions of his sons, the betrayals within his own family, are all, in part, a grim legacy of his infidelity and murder. The kingdom, once unified and prosperous under his leadership, was now fractured by internal strife, a painful echo of the internal conflict that had consumed David's own soul. The moral compromise he made at the height of his power had sown seeds of discord that would bear bitter fruit for years to come. This dark chapter in David's life is not intended to diminish his stature as a figure of faith, but rather to illuminate the profound complexity of the human condition, even in those deemed chosen. It demonstrates that even the most devout among us are susceptible to the allure of temptation and the destructive power of our baser instincts. The Psalms, in their astonishing honesty, reflect this duality, the soaring heights of divine communion and the desolate depths of human failing. David's life becomes a testament to the fact that God can still work through flawed individuals, that his purposes can be achieved even when his chosen stumble and fall. His sin, and his subsequent repentance, reveal that the path of faith is not a straight, untroubled road, but a winding, often treacherous journey, marked by both profound victories and heartbreaking defeats. The story serves as a powerful reminder that the measure of a person's faith is not in their sinlessness, but in their willingness to confront their failings, to repent, and to continue striving for righteousness. David's life, with its glorious triumphs and its devastating falls, offers a more relatable and profound understanding of what it means to be human, to be loved by God, and to grapple with the ever-present struggle between our nobler aspirations and our inherent imperfections. He was a king who knew the embrace of the divine and the crushing weight of his own sin, a testament to the enduring truth that even in our deepest darkness, the possibility of redemption and the persistent, unwavering love of God remain. The poet king's heart, therefore, was not only a vessel of divine inspiration but also a crucible of human experience, where faith and failure, devotion and transgression, danced a perpetual, intricate ballet. His legacy, forged in both light and shadow, continues to resonate, offering solace to the fallen and hope to all who strive to walk the path of righteousness, knowing that even the most grievous errors can be met with divine mercy and the promise of renewal. The Psalms themselves bear witness to this enduring truth, their verses etched with the raw emotion of a man who, despite his profound moral failings, never truly gave up on God, and never stopped reaching for the light. They are a testament to the resilience of the human spirit, and the boundless capacity for forgiveness that defines the divine. The prophet Nathan's pronouncement, "You are the man," echoed not merely in the king's chamber but in the deepest recesses of David's soul. It was a thunderclap that shattered the carefully constructed edifice of his self-deception, revealing the barren landscape of his transgressions laid bare before the all-seeing eye of God. The righteousness he so often proclaimed in his psalms, the unwavering faith he exhibited on the battlefield, now seemed like a mocking echo against the stark reality of his moral bankruptcy. The sin that had been a clandestine indulgence, a private shame carefully guarded, was now exposed, a festering wound ripped open for the world, and more importantly, for the heavens, to behold. There was no room for evasion, no clever legalistic argument to twist the truth. The parable, so simple yet so devastatingly accurate, had served its purpose, and David, the king who dispensed justice, was now brought before the bar of divine judgment, not as the arbiter, but as the condemned. The immediate aftermath of Nathan's indictment was not a moment of denial or a calculated attempt to spin the narrative. Instead, it was a profound collapse. The weight of his sin, previously a crushing burden borne in secret, now became an unbearable, suffocating reality. David, the Lion of Judah, the warrior king, was brought to his knees not by an invading army, but by the crushing weight of his own conscience, amplified by the voice of God's messenger. The Psalms, which had so often sung of God's strength and David's reliance upon him, now became the lament of a fallen servant. The raw anguish that spilled forth was not a performance, not a king playing the part of a penitent, but the genuine, gut-wrenching cry of a soul in the throes of profound agony. His confession was not a dry recitation of facts, but a torrent of emotion, a desperate outpouring of a heart that finally, truly, understood the depth of its failing. Have mercy on me, O God, according to your steadfast love, according to your abundant mercy blot out my transgressions. Wash me thoroughly from my iniquity, and cleanse me from my sin. For I know my transgressions, and my sin is ever before me. Against you, you only, have I sinned and done what is evil in your sight, so that you may be justified in your words and blameless in your judgment. These were not the words of a man seeking to minimize his offense or to shift blame. They were the words of a man who, having been shown his sin in its full, unadulterated horror, recognized that the primary offense was not against Uriah, nor even against Bathsheba, but against the very source of all goodness, the one whose love had elevated him from shepherd boy to king. He understood that his actions had been a direct affront to the divine character, a betrayal of the sacred trust placed in him. The acknowledgement that his sin was, ever before me, speaks to the relentless gnawing of guilt, the inability to escape the memory of his actions, which now served as a constant, painful reminder of his fall from grace. This was not a repentance born of fear of punishment, though the prophecy of the sword never leaving his house surely loomed. This was a repentance that stemmed from a broken heart, a profound sorrow that transcended the immediate consequences. David longed for the restoration of his relationship with God, a yearning that was palpable in his plea for a clean heart, and a renewed spirit. He understood that outward acts of penance would be meaningless without an internal transformation. The sin had not merely corrupted his actions, it had infiltrated the very core of his being, and he recognized that only a radical cleansing, a spiritual rebirth, could begin to mend the damage. He sought not just forgiveness for his past deeds, but a renewed capacity to live in accordance with God's will, to embody the righteousness he had so tragically abandoned. The Psalms, in their raw, unvarnished power, become the echo chamber of this profound repentance. In Psalm 51, David lays bare his soul with an honesty that is both humbling and inspiring. He does not shy away from the vileness of his deeds, but acknowledges them in their stark reality. He understands that true cleansing comes not from a superficial washing, but from a deep, internal transformation. The desire for a sprinkling of hyssop speaks to the ancient purification rituals, but the intent is far deeper, a complete eradication of the stain of sin from his innermost being. He pleads, "Create in me a clean heart, O God, and renew a right spirit within me." This is not a request for a mere surface polish, but a profound longing for a fundamental recreation, a divine intervention that would restore the integrity of his heart and align his spirit once more with God's purposes. This heartfelt confession and plea for renewal highlight the critical importance of humility in the face of divine judgment. David, who had known the exhilaration of victory and the adoration of a nation, was now brought to a place of utter dependence, recognizing that his kingly power and military prowess were utterly useless against the spiritual corruption that had taken hold of him. His repentance was an act of profound humility, an admission of his utter need for God's grace. He understood that his prior successes, his perceived righteousness, were no shield against the insidious nature of temptation and the devastating consequences of succumbing to it. This realization that his strength was not in himself, but in God's unwavering support, was a painful but necessary lesson, one that would forever shape his understanding of true leadership and authentic faith. The restoration, however, was not a return to the innocence of his pre-sin days. The narrative of David's life does not present a fairy tale ending where the transgression is simply erased. The consequences, as Nathan foretold, were real and enduring. The child born of his illicit union with Bathsheba died, a tragic and deeply personal testament to the gravity of his sin and the sanctity of life that he had so callously disregarded. This loss, a direct consequence of his actions, served as a constant, painful reminder of the irreversible damage his choices had wrought. It was a sacrifice that, in its own way, mirrored the sacrifice of Uriah, a life extinguished due to David's flawed desires. This grief, however, was not a final condemnation but a catalyst for further spiritual growth, deepening his understanding of loss and the preciousness of life, and perhaps fostering a more profound empathy for the suffering of others. The restoration that God offered David was not a wiping of the slate clean of all repercussions, but a renewal of his covenant relationship with him. It was a restoration of purpose, a reconfirmation of his calling, albeit under the shadow of his fall. God's mercy, in this instance, was not a cheap grace that overlooked the sin, but a profound and powerful force that offered a path back from the brink of spiritual destruction. It was a demonstration of divine love that extended even to those who had grievously failed, a testament to the God who pursues his beloved even in their darkest hours. This capacity for divine mercy, as powerfully illustrated in David's experience, offers a profound message of hope, that even after the most grievous of sins, a genuine turning towards God can lead to reconciliation and a renewed sense of purpose. The example of David's repentance underscores the transformative power of acknowledging one's sin and seeking forgiveness. It is a stark reminder that God's grace is not reserved for the perfect, but for the contrite. The depth of David's remorse, his willingness to confess his iniquity openly, and his fervent desire for inner cleansing, are what allowed for his eventual restoration. This was not a passive reception of grace, but an active engagement with the process of repentance, a wrestling with his sin and a desperate reaching out for divine intervention. The Psalms become the enduring testament to this struggle, their verses echoing with the raw emotion of a man who, despite his profound failings, never truly abandoned his quest for divine communion. The restoration God offered David was not to shield him from all pain, but to equip him to endure it. The sword would indeed come to his house, and his reign would be marked by familial turmoil and betrayal. Yet, through it all, David's connection with God, though tested and strained, was ultimately mended. He continued to lead, to worship, and to write his psalms, his faith deepened by the harrowing experience of his sin and the profound relief of God's mercy. This enduring relationship, forged in the crucible of confession and forgiveness, stands as a testament to the unwavering commitment of God to his people, even when they falter. It is a narrative that speaks to the resilient nature of faith, a faith that can weather the storms of personal failure and emerge, not unscathed, but undeniably stronger and more profoundly connected to the divine. The restoration was not an erasure of the past, but a reorientation towards the future, empowered by the profound understanding of God's inexhaustible mercy. The weight of David's sin, though a grievous burden, did not cripple his capacity for leadership. Instead, the profound encounter with Nathan, and the subsequent, soul-bearing repentance, seemed to forge a new resilience within him. The very fall that had threatened to shatter his reign became, in a paradoxical twist of divine providence, a crucible that refined his character and deepened his understanding of true justice and mercy. He had been humbled to his core, stripped of any illusion of self-sufficiency, and now, with a heart more attuned to God's will, he turned his formidable energies towards the consolidation and expansion of his kingdom. The early years of David's reign had been a turbulent dance between establishing his authority and fending off external threats. The Philistines, ever the persistent thorn in Israel's side, had been repeatedly repulsed, a testament to David's military acumen and the growing strength of his unified forces. But now, with a more secure throne and a nation yearning for stability after generations of tribal division and nomadic existence, David could embark on a more ambitious agenda. This was not merely about conquest, though expansion was certainly a component. It was about forging a cohesive national identity, binding the disparate tribes under a common banner and a shared destiny. His strategic genius was evident not only in battle but in the very architecture of his governance. David understood that a kingdom, like a fortress, required a strong foundation. He meticulously organized his administration, appointing capable individuals to key positions, leveraging the skills of those around him, and establishing a system of justice that, while still nascent, began to reflect the divine principles he had come to cherish. His judgments, now informed by a deeper awareness of his own fallibility, were often characterized by a blend of firmness and compassion, a far cry from the arbitrary rule of some of his predecessors. He sought to be a shepherd to his people, not a tyrant, and this ethos permeated his administrative decisions. Central to this grand vision of a unified Israel was the establishment of a permanent capital. For too long, the heart of the nation had been nomadic, following the arc or shifting with the fortunes of war. David, with an eye for both spiritual significance and strategic advantage, set his sights on Jerusalem. Nestled in the Judean hills, a strategically defensible position that straddled the territories of the northern and southern tribes, it was a place ripe for becoming the symbolic and actual center of the nascent kingdom. The conquest of the Jebusites, a fierce and proud people who had long held the city, was not merely a military victory, it was an act of claiming the land and establishing a physical manifestation of national unity. David himself, it is said, led the charge, a potent image of the king at the forefront of his people's destiny, a leader willing to risk all for the sake of a unified vision. The capture of Jerusalem was a watershed moment. It was more than just another city added to his dominion, it was the chosen ground upon which a new Israel would be built. David, now the sovereign of this strategically vital hub, began the arduous but essential task of transforming it into a fitting capital. He built his own palace, a symbol of his royal authority, but more importantly, he planned for the construction of a grand temple, a dwelling place for the Ark of the Covenant, the very symbol of God's presence with his people. This endeavor, though ultimately carried out by his son Solomon, was conceived and initiated by David, driven by a deep yearning to honor God and to solidify the divine mandate of his rule. The ultimate act of spiritual and political unification, however, was the bringing of the Ark of the Covenant to Jerusalem. This was not a simple logistical undertaking, it was an event steeped in religious fervor and national anticipation. The Ark, the sacred chest containing the tablets of the law, represented God's covenant and his power. Its presence had been a source of both blessing and consternation, its journey often fraught with peril and marked by sorrow, as the ill-fated attempt by Uzzah to steady it starkly illustrated. David, having learned from these past mistakes, approached the relocation with meticulous care, guided by divine instruction and a profound understanding of the reverence due to such a sacred object. The procession was a spectacle of unparalleled grandeur. David, casting aside the regal robes of kingship, donned a simple linen ephod and danced before the ark with all his might. This was not a performative display for the crowds, but an outpouring of uninhibited joy and worship, a king acknowledging his subservience to the God who had elevated him. The music, the shouts of celebration, the sacrifices offered at every step, all contributed to an atmosphere of ecstatic national devotion. This was the moment when the scattered tribes truly coalesced, their hearts united in a common act of worship, their king leading them not just in war or governance, but in spiritual devotion. The establishment of Jerusalem as the capital, crowned by the triumphant arrival of the Ark, was more than a political maneuver. It was a divinely orchestrated act of national consolidation. Jerusalem became the spiritual compass of Israel, the focal point of their worship and the tangible representation of God's ongoing covenant. It unified the people not just by decree, but by shared experience, by collective memory, and by a common aspiration for a future rooted in divine blessing. David, the shepherd boy, the warrior, the repentant sinner, had become David the unifier, the king who laid the foundations of a nation that would resonate through history. His reign was characterized by a period of unprecedented peace and prosperity within Israel's borders. The constant threat of internal strife, a legacy of tribal rivalries, began to recede as the unifying force of a strong central government and a shared spiritual identity took hold. The land, freed from the incessant pressure of war on its borders and internal conflict, could flourish. Agriculture thrived, trade routes, now secured by David's military might, expanded, and the general populace experienced a level of security and well-being previously unknown. This prosperity was not a mere accident of circumstance, it was the direct result of David's strategic vision, his administrative capabilities, and, crucially, the blessing of a God whose favor he had painstakingly sought to regain. The Philistines, once the dominant power in the region, were pushed back, their incursions becoming less frequent and less impactful. David's military campaigns extended Israel's influence, creating buffer zones and subjugating neighboring kingdoms that had historically posed a threat. His control over key trade routes, particularly those connecting Egypt and Mesopotamia, brought economic benefits and further solidified Israel's position as a significant regional power. The spoils of war, judiciously managed, contributed to the kingdom's wealth, allowing for public works and further strengthening of the military. Beyond the military and economic advancements, David also fostered a cultural flourishing. His own poetic and musical talents, expressed through the Psalms, became a bedrock of Israelite worship and expression. He surrounded himself with skilled musicians and poets, encouraging the development of a rich artistic tradition that reflected the nation's growing confidence and its deep spiritual convictions. The Psalms, as we have seen, were born from the depths of his personal struggles, but they resonated with the experiences of a people grappling with their faith, their identity, and their place in the world. They provided a vocabulary for joy, sorrow, hope, and repentance, a testament to David's enduring legacy as not just a king, but as a spiritual guide. The administrative reforms David implemented were crucial in maintaining this stability. He established a system of districts, appointing loyal governors who reported directly to him, ensuring that royal authority extended to the farthest reaches of the kingdom. He implemented a form of census for administrative and military purposes, a complex undertaking that required careful planning and execution. While this was not a complete overhaul of existing structures, it represented a significant step towards a more centralized and efficient government. His personal involvement in dispensing justice, though demanding, ensured that fairness and impartiality were, at least in principle, upheld. This era of consolidation and expansion was not without its challenges, and as the narrative will further unfold, David's personal life would continue to be a source of turmoil. However, in the grand sweep of Israelite history, this period under David's rule marked a pivotal transformation. He inherited a collection of loosely allied tribes, vulnerable and often at odds with each other, and he forged them into a cohesive nation, a unified kingdom with a divinely appointed capital and a palpable sense of national purpose. His success was not solely attributable to his own strengths, though they were considerable. It was a testament to his unwavering faith, even after his profound failings. He had been shown the depths of his sin and the immensity of God's forgiveness, and this experience seemed to imbue his leadership with a new gravitas and a profound sense of accountability. He understood that his reign was not merely a human endeavor, but a sacred trust. The strategic brilliance on the battlefield, the meticulous administration, the establishment of Jerusalem, and the bringing of the Ark, all these were facets of a singular, divinely guided purpose, to build a kingdom united in faith and purpose, a kingdom that reflected the heart of its God. Even as the shadows of future familial strife began to lengthen, the achievements of this period stand as a monumental testament to David's leadership. He had taken a fractured people and given them a sense of belonging, a central sanctuary, and a vision for their future. He had demonstrated that true strength lay not just in military might, but in spiritual conviction, in justice tempered with mercy, and in a relentless pursuit of God's will. His legacy, therefore, is not merely that of a conqueror or an administrator, but of a king who, despite his profound human flaws, was instrumental in shaping the very identity of Israel, a divinely favored ruler who laid the groundwork for generations to come, a poetic soul who, through his reign and his writings, continues to inspire. Chapter 4. The Temple Builder. The mantle of kingship, heavy with the weight of Israel's newfound unity and prosperity, passed to Solomon, the son of David. Yet, it was not the accumulated wealth of the kingdom, nor the well-honed military machinery, nor even the strategic brilliance of his father's reign that Solomon inherited as his most profound inheritance. It was something far more precious, something intangible yet infinitely powerful, a divine promise. This promise, whispered through the generations and solidified in the covenant with David, was the bedrock upon which Solomon's reign would be built, a foundation of divine favor and a mandate for a unique stewardship. The kingdom David had painstakingly forged, a unified entity with a spiritual heart beating in Jerusalem, was now placed in the hands of his successor, a young man whose early life had been shaped by the complex tapestry of royal life, marked by both the triumphs and the profound personal failings of his father. Solomon's ascent to the throne was not marked by the blood and thunder of conquest that had defined earlier periods of Israelite history. Instead, it was characterized by a remarkable quietude, a contemplative spirit that seemed to belie the immense responsibilities thrust upon him. He was, by all accounts, a man of deep introspection, possessed of a mind that naturally gravitated towards understanding, towards discerning the underlying currents of justice and the delicate balance of governance. Unlike many rulers who ascend to power fueled by ambition for personal glory or territorial expansion, Solomon's heart was set on a different kind of pursuit. His early reign was defined by an extraordinary request, a prayer that resonated with a profound sincerity, not for coffers overflowing with gold, nor for an army invincible in battle, nor for the subjugation of his enemies. Instead, he sought a gift of unparalleled value, wisdom. This desire for wisdom was not a sudden whim, but a deep-seated yearning born from a keen awareness of the monumental task before him. He had witnessed firsthand the complexities of leadership, the intricate dance of diplomacy, the weighty decisions that impacted thousands of lives. He understood that to rule justly, to guide his people according to the divine principles that David had so earnestly sought to uphold, he needed more than human intellect or acquired knowledge. He needed insight, discernment, and the capacity to see beyond the immediate to the eternal. His piety was not a performative display, but a genuine devotion, a recognition of his own limitations and a humble reliance on the divine source of all understanding. This earnest desire, this pure intention, paved the way for an unprecedented encounter. It was in the quiet solitude of a dream, a state where the veil between the earthly and the divine often thins, that God first appeared to Solomon. The dream was not a terrifying manifestation, but a gentle invitation, a divine affirmation of Solomon's heartfelt plea. In this sacred space, bathed in the ethereal light of divine presence, God spoke directly to the young king. "Ask whatever you wish me to give you," the divine voice intoned, a proposition of boundless generosity. This was an offer that could have tempted any mortal with visions of earthly power and material excess. But Solomon, his heart already attuned to a higher calling, did not falter. His answer was immediate, unhesitating, and profoundly revealing of his character. He did not ask for long life, though the prospect of a protracted reign held appeal for any ruler. He did not ask for riches, though the nation was prosperous and the potential for personal wealth was immense. He did not ask for the lives of his enemies, a common aspiration for those seeking security in a turbulent world. Instead, Solomon's request was singular in its focus and staggering in its humility. "Give your servant a discerning heart to govern your people and to distinguish between right and wrong. For who is able to govern this great people of yours?" His words laid bare the core of his kingship, a profound sense of responsibility to God and to the people entrusted to his care. He saw the people of Israel not as subjects to be commanded, but as a precious flock, a community bound by covenant, deserving of just and equitable leadership. His understanding of governance was not rooted in dominion, but in service. He recognized the inherent complexity of judging between right and wrong, a task that required more than mere legalistic adherence, but a deep, intuitive understanding of fairness and compassion. This request for a discerning heart was, in essence, a plea for the very essence of divine wisdom, a capacity to apply truth and righteousness in the practicalities of everyday life and national policy. The divine response was swift and unequivocally affirmative. God was pleased, not merely with the request itself, but with the selfless spirit that animated it. "Since this is what your heart desires," the Lord declared, "and you have not asked for riches, wealth or honor, nor for the death of your enemies, and you have not asked for a long life of your own, but have asked for discernment in administering justice, I will do as you say. I will give you a wise and discerning heart, so that there will never have been anyone like you before or after." This was not just an answer, it was a promise of a legacy, a declaration that Solomon's wisdom would be unparalleled in human history, a testament to the power of a humble and righteous heart seeking to honor its Creator. The Lord would not only grant him the wisdom he sought but would also bestow upon him the other blessings he had not explicitly asked for, riches and honor, because he had demonstrated a heart devoted to God's purposes. This divine endowment was not merely a passive bestowal of knowledge. It was an empowerment, a spiritual gifting that would manifest in Solomon's judgments, his proverbs, his understanding of the natural world, and his ability to navigate the intricate complexities of human nature. The genesis of his unparalleled sagacity lay in this pivotal moment, a testament to the principle that God's greatest gifts are often reserved for those who seek him with sincerity and a genuine desire to serve his will. His contemplative nature, his inclination towards deep thought and reasoned consideration, was now infused with a divine illumination. He was not merely a king, he was a divinely appointed conduit for divine understanding. The first tangible demonstration of this gift came soon after, in a case that would become a hallmark of his reign, a story etched into the collective memory of Israel as a powerful illustration of Solomon's wisdom. Two women, both prostitutes, came before him, each claiming to be the mother of a living infant. They lived in the same house, and one night, one of the infants had died. The surviving woman had then taken the other woman's child, claiming it as her own, while the grieving mother insisted the living child was hers. The situation was fraught with desperation and conflicting claims, a perfect test of Solomon's newfound discernment. The elders of the city had apparently been unable to resolve the dispute, and the case, a tangled knot of emotion and accusation, had been brought to the highest authority. Solomon, observing the scene, did not immediately issue a judgment. Instead, he employed a strategy that would become emblematic of his approach to justice, a keen understanding of human psychology, coupled with an almost supernatural insight into truth. He declared, "This one says, 'My son is alive, your son is dead.' The other says, 'Neither is mine nor yours, he belongs to whoever gets him. Bring me a sword.'" The tension in the courtroom must have been palpable. When the sword was brought, Solomon commanded, "Bring me a sword and cut the living child in two and give half to one and half to the other." The reactions of the two women were immediate and starkly revealing. One woman, presumably the true mother, cried out in anguish, her entire being consumed by the horrific proposition. "My lord, give her the living child and in no way kill him." Her maternal instinct, her deep love for her child, trumped any consideration of her own potential gain or loss. She was willing to surrender the child, to endure the pain of separation, rather than see him harmed. Her cry was not one of possession, but of protection. The other woman, however, responded with chilling indifference, or perhaps a desperate attempt to secure her claim through cruelty. "Neither mine nor yours shall be, cut him in two." Her words revealed a profound lack of genuine maternal connection. The child was merely a pawn in her scheme, and its destruction was less significant than her perceived victory. This cold-hearted response betrayed her deceit. Solomon, observing these contrasting reactions, immediately recognized the truth. His discerning heart, illuminated by divine wisdom, perceived the authentic maternal love in the first woman's plea and the callous self-interest in the second woman's. Without hesitation, he rendered his verdict, "Give the living child to the first woman and do not kill him, she is his mother." The justice delivered was not merely legalistic, it was restorative, a restoration of truth and of a mother's rightful bond. The report of this judgment spread throughout Israel like wildfire, solidifying Solomon's reputation as a wise and just ruler. The people were awestruck, recognizing in his judgments the hand of God at work through their king. This singular act, born from a divinely granted gift, established the foundation of his legacy, proving that true wisdom lies not in power or might, but in the capacity to discern truth, to dispense justice with compassion, and to govern with a heart devoted to God and his people. This profound understanding of justice was not confined to dramatic courtroom scenes. It permeated every facet of his administration. Solomon understood that a kingdom's strength lay not just in its military might or its economic prosperity, but in the integrity of its laws and the fairness of its judgments. He instituted a system that aimed to be impartial, recognizing that the poor and the vulnerable, often overlooked or exploited in other realms, were under God's special protection and thus deserved particular attention. His proverbs, which began to flow from his inspired mind, offered practical guidance on everything from business ethics to interpersonal relationships, distilling complex truths into memorable aphorisms that would shape the moral and ethical landscape of Israel for generations. These weren't mere platitudes, they were distilled insights, born from a mind that saw the interconnectedness of all things under the sovereign gaze of God. The wealth that accompanied Solomon's reign, vast as it was, never became the primary focus of his governance. It was, rather, a tool, a resource to be managed wisely for the betterment of the kingdom and the glory of God. He oversaw the expansion of trade routes, fostered alliances that secured peace and prosperity, and commissioned magnificent building projects, most notably the Temple in Jerusalem, a testament to his devotion and a symbol of Israel's covenant relationship with God. Yet, even in these grand endeavors, his wisdom shone through. He understood the importance of skilled craftsmanship, of careful planning, and of ensuring that the resources of the kingdom were used not for ostentatious display alone, but for purposes that would endure and benefit the nation. Solomon's reign, therefore, began not with a roar of conquest, but with a whisper of wisdom. It was a reign founded on a divine promise, initiated by a humble prayer, and inaugurated with an act of unparalleled discernment. This was the genesis of his extraordinary sagacity, a gift bestowed not for personal aggrandizement, but for the righteous governance of God's chosen people. His contemplative nature, his sincere desire to rule justly, and his unwavering piety became the fertile ground upon which God's most precious gift was sown. The legacy of Solomon, the temple builder, was, from its very inception, a legacy of wisdom, a testament to the power of a king who sought to understand God's heart and to reflect it in the administration of his earthly kingdom. His story serves as a timeless reminder that true leadership is not measured by the extent of one's dominion, but by the depth of one's understanding and the righteousness of one's judgment, all flowing from a surrendered heart and a humble appeal to the divine source of all good. The divine promise, once spoken in a dream, began to unfold in tangible reality, shaping not only the destiny of Israel but also leaving an indelible mark on the annals of human history, a testament to the enduring power of wisdom sought and divinely granted. The hush of Gibeon settled over the land like a benediction. It was a place steeped in ancient sanctity, a high place where generations had sought communion with the divine. Here, under the vast, star-dusted canvas of the Judean night, Solomon, the newly crowned king, found himself drawn into a profound stillness, a quietude that resonated not from the absence of sound, but from the overwhelming presence of something far greater. The weight of his father's legacy, the nascent unity of Israel, and the immense responsibility of governance pressed upon him, not as a burden, but as a catalyst for a deeper seeking. He had ascended to the throne not through bloodshed or conquest, but through a divine lineage and a testament of God's favor upon David. Now, in the quiet crucible of his own heart, he grappled with the enormity of the task before him, the intricate tapestry of justice, wisdom, and stewardship that would define his reign. It was in this profound, sacred silence, a silence broken only by the soft whisper of the night breeze through the olive trees, that the veil between the earthly and the celestial grew thin. Sleep, a gentle messenger, drew him into its embrace, not to oblivion, but to a realm where divine revelation could unfold. In the dreamscape, a space unbound by the limitations of mortal perception, a presence began to coalesce. It was not a formless void, nor a terrifying specter, but a radiant luminescence, an aura of supreme power and ineffable peace that filled the spiritual landscape of his slumber. The air itself seemed to thrum with an ancient, holy energy, a tangible manifestation of the Almighty. The very ground beneath his dream self felt charged with divine power, the ancient stones of Gibeon vibrating with an echo of countless prayers and sacrifices offered throughout the ages. This was no ordinary dream, it was an encounter, a sacred space prepared for a king's heart laid bare. Then, a voice, not of thunder but of pure, resonant authority, filled the dreamscape, yet it spoke directly into the core of Solomon's being, bypassing the ears and resonating within the soul. Ask, the voice commanded, its tone conveying boundless possibility, an open invitation that transcended all earthly limitations. Ask whatever you wish me to give you. The proposition was staggering in its generosity, a divine bestowal offered without condition, a carte blanche extended by the Creator of all things. The potential for selfish acquisition, for the accumulation of earthly power and material wealth, was immense. Any other ruler, at the precipice of such an offer, might have envisioned vast treasuries overflowing, armies invincible against any foe, or perhaps the swift and decisive elimination of all adversaries. The temptation to secure his reign through traditional means of power and dominance would have been potent, a siren call to any mortal heart driven by ambition or fear. But Solomon's heart, though young, had been schooled in the profound lessons of his father's reign, and more importantly, it had been prepared by a sincere and earnest desire for something far more profound. He had witnessed the complexities of leadership, the agonizing weight of decisions that impacted the lives of thousands, the delicate balance required to govern a people chosen by God. He understood that true strength lay not in the might of the sword or the abundance of gold, but in the ability to discern truth, to navigate the labyrinthine pathways of human conflict, and to administer justice with fairness and compassion. His mind, already inclined towards contemplation and understanding, recognized the inadequacy of mere human intellect in the face of such monumental responsibility. Therefore, his response, when it came, was not born of indecision or avarice, but of a clarity that seemed to pierce through the very essence of the divine offer. With a humility that belied his royal stature, Solomon did not hesitate. He did not falter in the face of such unimaginable generosity. His plea was not for temporal riches, though his kingdom was already blessed with prosperity and the potential for even greater wealth was vast. He did not ask for an extended lifespan, a common desire for those who bear the heavy yoke of leadership, nor did he seek the annihilation of his enemies, a pragmatic aspiration for any monarch seeking to consolidate power. Instead, his voice, trembling slightly with the profound reverence of the moment, articulated a singular, selfless desire: give your servant a discerning heart to govern your people and to distinguish between right and wrong. For who is able to govern this great people of yours? His words laid bare the very soul of his aspiration. He saw himself not as a master to be obeyed, but as a servant, entrusted with the care of a flock dear to God's heart. The people of Israel, with their complex history, their triumphs and their failings, were not merely subjects to be managed, they were a covenant people, deserving of a leadership that reflected the very nature of divine justice and mercy. His request for a discerning heart was a profound acknowledgement of his own limitations, a recognition that human wisdom, however great, was insufficient. He craved an inner compass, a divine attunement that would enable him to navigate the moral and ethical complexities of governance, to see beyond the superficial appearances and to grasp the underlying truths of justice and righteousness. It was a prayer for insight, for the very essence of divine understanding to be infused into his decision-making, allowing him to govern not by his own limited will, but in alignment with God's perfect will. The divine response was immediate and overwhelming, a celestial affirmation that resonated with the power of creation itself. A profound sense of divine pleasure radiated through the dreamscape, an approval that far surpassed mere acceptance. "Since this is what your heart desires," the Lord declared, his voice now carrying the warmth of an infinitely loving Father, "and you have not asked for riches, wealth or honor, nor for the death of your enemies, and you have not asked for a long life of your own, but have asked for discernment in administering justice, I will do as you say. I will give you a wise and discerning heart, so that there will never have been anyone like you before or after." This was more than just a granting of a wish, it was a foundational decree, a prophecy of a legacy unparalleled in human history. God was not only fulfilling Solomon's heartfelt request for wisdom, but also promising to bestow upon him the very blessings he had eschewed, riches and honor, precisely because his heart was oriented towards God's purposes, not his own selfish gain. This divine endowment was not a mere passive inheritance of knowledge, but a dynamic infusion of spiritual capacity. It was an empowerment, a sacred gifting that would manifest in the sagacity of his judgments, the profound truths of his proverbs, his keen understanding of the natural world, and his unparalleled ability to navigate the intricate depths of human nature. The genesis of Solomon's legendary wisdom lay in this pivotal dream at Gibeon, a testament to the enduring principle that God's most precious gifts are reserved for those who approach him with sincerity, humility, and a genuine desire to serve his divine will. His contemplative nature, his innate inclination towards deep thought and reasoned consideration, was now illuminated by a divine fire, transforming him from a mere king into a divinely appointed conduit for divine understanding. The sacred atmosphere of Gibeon, the profound stillness of the night, and the overwhelming presence of God had converged to forge a covenant of wisdom, a promise that would shape the destiny of Israel and echo through the corridors of time, a testament to the power of a king whose heart truly sought to know and to do the will of the Almighty. The dream at Gibeon was not just a nocturnal vision, it was the cornerstone of Solomon's reign, the divine confirmation of a king chosen not for might, but for insight, a testament to the profound truth that true leadership is born of a humble, discerning heart. The divine pronouncement at Gibeon, whispered into the depths of Solomon's slumber, was not merely a promise of wisdom, but a blueprint for a future that would redefine the very heart of Israel. The legacy of David, the warrior king, had laid the foundation of a united kingdom, forging its borders and solidifying its claim to the land. But it was Solomon, the King of Peace, who was destined to give that kingdom its soul, its sacred center. The dream was a prelude, a divine assurance that he possessed the insight to lead, but the physical manifestation of that divine mandate would be the temple, the glorious house of the Lord. It was a vision that would consume his reign, an undertaking so grand, so sacred, that it would become synonymous with his name. The echoes of Gibeon, the profound quietude and the resonant voice, would forever fuel his resolve as he embarked on this monumental task. The decision was not made lightly, nor was it a sudden whim. For generations, the Ark of the Covenant, the tangible symbol of God's presence, had resided in a tent, a portable sanctuary that followed the peripatetic life of the Israelites. While holy, it lacked the permanence and grandeur befitting the King of the universe. David, Solomon's father, had harbored a deep yearning to build a permanent dwelling for God, a temple of stone and cedar. Though God had deferred this honor to Solomon, citing David's history of warfare, the desire had been instilled, a seed planted in the heart of the royal lineage. Now, with his reign blessed by divine wisdom and his kingdom at its zenith of peace and prosperity, the time was ripe. The whisper of Gibeon had prepared Solomon's heart, not just for earthly rule, but for a divine commission. He saw the construction of the temple not as a mere act of royal philanthropy, but as the ultimate expression of his people's devotion, a tangible testament to their covenant with the Almighty. It was to be a house of prayer, a place of sacrifice, a sanctuary where the veil between heaven and earth would be thinned, allowing the prayers of a nation to ascend and divine blessings to descend. The sheer ambition of the project was breathtaking. It was to be more than just a building. It was to be an architectural marvel, a celestial dwelling crafted with earthly hands. The narrative of its construction is woven with threads of divine guidance, meticulous planning, and an astonishing mobilization of resources. The site itself was divinely chosen, Mount Moriah, the very place where Abraham had offered Isaac, a place already imbued with sacred significance. God's directive to Solomon was clear: build a house for my name. This was not about enshrining Solomon's name, but God's. The temple was to be a beacon, a physical embodiment of God's presence dwelling among his people, a focal point for their worship and a symbol of their unique relationship with him. The materials, the labor, the artistry, all were to be consecrated to this divine purpose. Solomon, armed with the wisdom granted at Gibeon, approached the task with an unprecedented level of organization. He understood that such a colossal undertaking required more than just royal decree. It demanded skilled hands, vast resources, and unwavering dedication. His first step was to secure the finest materials. Cedar wood, renowned for its durability and fragrant aroma, was sourced from the ancient forests of Lebanon, a region with which Israel had established diplomatic and trade relations. Hiram, the king of Tyre, a Phoenician city-state, was a vital ally. Their expertise in woodworking and seafaring was unparalleled. Solomon sent messengers to Hiram, requesting cedar logs, cypress wood, and skilled Phoenician craftsmen. The correspondence between the two kings speaks volumes about the collaborative spirit and the recognition of specialized talent that underpinned this grand endeavor. Hiram, recognizing the divine nature of the project and the immense prestige associated with it, readily agreed, providing not only the timber but also skilled artisans, including a master craftsman named Hiram, a different Hiram, a craftsman of Phoenician descent, known for his skill in metalwork, who would play a crucial role in shaping the intricate details of the temple. The scale of the endeavor necessitated a massive labor force. While skilled artisans were crucial, the heavy lifting and foundational work required thousands. Solomon organized a vast conscription of labor, not only from among the Israelites but also from the remnant Canaanite populations who had been integrated into the kingdom. This strategic decision allowed for the efficient extraction and transportation of stone and timber, while also demonstrating a form of benevolent assimilation, a testament to Solomon's wisdom in managing diverse populations. The labor was organized into brigades, each with its designated task, working in shifts to ensure continuous progress. The biblical account emphasizes that while labor was demanded, it was not exploitative. The mention of corvée labor, a form of mandated service, was common in the ancient world, but Solomon's reign, blessed with prosperity, likely ensured that the workers were adequately provisioned and managed, a far cry from the forced servitude of other empires. The logistics alone were staggering. Imagine the transportation of enormous stone blocks from quarries to the construction site. The careful selection and shaping of these stones, cut with such precision that they fit together without mortar, speaks to an advanced understanding of engineering and craftsmanship. The walls of the temple, described as being constructed of great stones, costly stones, even stones hewed for the foundation of the house, 1 Kings 5:17, were a testament to the immense effort involved. The gold that adorned the interior was not merely gilded, it was solid gold, hammered and shaped by master goldsmiths. The sheer quantity of precious metal required would have been immense, sourced from the vast tribute and trade that flowed into Solomon's coffers, a direct result of the peace and stability he had cultivated. The artistry that breathed life into the stone and wood was equally remarkable. The interior of the temple was to be a breathtaking display of divine glory, a microcosm of the heavenly realm. The walls were paneled with cedar, carved with intricate designs of cherubim, palm trees, and open flowers, symbols rich with theological meaning. The cherubim, winged angelic beings, were a constant reminder of God's presence and his protective power. The palm tree, a symbol of righteousness and victory, and the flower, representing beauty and new life, all contributed to the sacred symbolism of the sanctuary. The floors were laid with cypress wood, and the Holy of Holies, the innermost sanctum where the Ark of the Covenant would reside, was overlaid with the finest gold. The sheer opulence was not an end in itself, but a means to express the unparalleled majesty and glory of the God of Israel. It was a deliberate contrast to the humble dwelling of the Ark in the tabernacle, an elevation of worship befitting the King of Kings. The temple's design, while rooted in the traditions of the tabernacle, was a significant expansion and elaboration. It featured a vestibule, Ulam, the main sanctuary, Hakel, and the Holy of Holies, Devir. The vestibule served as an entrance, a threshold between the mundane and the sacred. The sanctuary, the larger of the two inner rooms, housed the altar of incense and the table of showbread, further symbolic elements of God's provision and the ongoing covenant relationship. And then, at the heart of it all, was the Holy of Holies, a cube-shaped chamber, separated from the sanctuary by a magnificent veil, a thick curtain woven with intricate patterns, symbolizing the separation between the divine and the human, a separation that only the high priest could breach, and only once a year, on the Day of Atonement. The construction process spanned 7 years. 7, a number deeply significant in biblical numerology, often representing completion and perfection. This extended period allowed for meticulous attention to detail, ensuring that every stone was placed, every beam secured, every carving executed with divine intent. The biblical narrative highlights Solomon's personal involvement, his constant oversight, his unwavering commitment to fulfilling God's command. He was not merely a patron of the project, he was its driving force, his wisdom guiding every decision, his piety infusing every stage of its creation. He personally oversaw the acquisition of materials, the selection of artisans, and the organization of labor, ensuring that the project remained true to its sacred purpose. The dedication of Solomon to this endeavor was absolute, transforming a monumental construction project into an act of profound worship. The finished temple was a sight to behold, a structure that dwarfed any previous edifice in Israelite history. Its sheer scale and the richness of its decoration were intended to inspire awe and reverence. It was a physical representation of God's dwelling place, a sacred space where the earthly and the divine could meet. The Bible describes it as a house of great magnificence, of glory and of splendor. 2 Chronicles 3:6, adorned with precious stones and fine linen, radiating a brilliance that reflected the glory of God. The gold, estimated to be of immense value, was not simply applied, it was woven into the very fabric of the building, covering the walls, the furniture, and even the cherubim. The 2 great pillars at the entrance, Jachin and Boaz, named after abstract concepts of divine strength and establishment, stood as powerful symbols of the temple's stability and its divine purpose. This grand edifice was more than just a beautiful building, it was the physical manifestation of the covenant between God and his people. It was to be the focal point of Israel's religious life, the place where sacrifices were offered, where prayers were heard, and where the divine presence was believed to reside in a special way. The temple became the spiritual heart of the nation, a tangible reminder of God's faithfulness and his commitment to his chosen people. Its construction was a collective act of faith, a demonstration of Israel's devotion and their desire to honor the Lord. The artisans, the laborers, the kings, and the people all contributed to its creation, each playing a part in bringing this divine vision to fruition. The building of the temple was not without its challenges, though the biblical account tends to emphasize the triumph and the divine favor. There were the logistical complexities of managing such a large workforce and an immense supply chain. There were the financial burdens, even for a prosperous kingdom. And there were the theological considerations, ensuring that the temple remained a place of true worship, not an idol in itself. Solomon, guided by his divinely granted wisdom, navigated these challenges with remarkable skill. He ensured that the temple's design and function remained strictly within the bounds of God's commands, avoiding the idolatrous practices that plagued neighboring nations. The sacredness of the site, the purity of the materials, and the devotion of the builders were all paramount. The culminating moment of this grand undertaking was the dedication of the temple. This was a ceremony of unparalleled splendor, attended by all the elders of Israel, the heads of the tribes, and the leaders of the families. Solomon, in a profound act of humility and faith, ascended to a raised platform and offered a lengthy prayer, acknowledging God's faithfulness, confessing the sins of the people, and consecrating the temple for its sacred purpose. His prayer was a masterpiece of theological reflection, a testament to his deep understanding of God's character and his covenant with Israel. He prayed for the forgiveness of sins, for divine protection, and for the acceptance of the prayers offered within its walls. He recognized that while the temple was a physical structure, its true power lay in the presence of God and the devotion of his people. The climax of the dedication was the descent of divine fire, consuming the burnt offering and the sacrifices, a clear sign of God's acceptance and his dwelling within the temple. This miraculous event was accompanied by immense rejoicing and praise from the assembled multitude. The temple, now consecrated and filled with God's glory, stood as a magnificent testament to Solomon's reign and to the enduring faith of Israel. It was a physical anchor for their spiritual journey, a place where generations to come would seek communion with the Almighty, offering their praises, their petitions, and their thanksgiving. The temple builders, from the humblest laborer to the most skilled artisan, had not just erected a building, they had constructed a monument of faith, a sacred space that would forever resonate with the presence of God and the aspirations of his people. The echoes of Gibeon had found their ultimate, tangible expression, a glorious house built for the glory of God. The whispers of wisdom, granted in the hushed awe of Gibeon, began to manifest not just in grand pronouncements or architectural marvels, but in the very fabric of daily governance. Solomon, the king who had dreamt of a house for the Lord, found himself equally tasked with ensuring that justice, too, resided within his realm, a reflection of the divine order he was establishing. His reign, blessed with an unprecedented era of peace and prosperity, demanded a legal system that could navigate the complexities of a burgeoning kingdom, a system that would uphold the covenant not through the sword, but through discerning judgment. It was a profound responsibility, and one that would soon elevate his name beyond the borders of Israel, echoing the very essence of divine impartiality. The annals of Solomon's reign are illuminated by tales that have transcended centuries, stories that serve as potent exemplars of his legendary sagacity. Among these, the narrative of the two women and the disputed infant stands as a paramount testament to his ability to pierce through artifice and unveil the unvarnished truth. This was no mere courtroom drama, it was a primal conflict, a desperate struggle over the very essence of motherhood, played out before the king, whose pronouncements would determine the fate of a child and the solace of a mother's heart. The story, etched into the collective memory of his people, illustrates the profound connection between earthly justice and divine discernment. The scene, as it unfolds in the ancient scrolls, is one of raw, unbridled desperation. Two women, their faces etched with anguish, stood before Solomon, each claiming sole maternity of a living infant. The circumstances surrounding their claims were shrouded in the ambiguity of death and deception. One child had perished in the night, a tragedy that left one woman inconsolable and the other, seemingly, unmoved. The survivor, it was alleged, had substituted her dead infant for the living one, a monstrous act of deceit born of unimaginable grief for a cold, calculating heart. The accusations flew, each woman's voice a torrent of tearful protestations, their words weaving a Gordian knot of conflicting narratives. The evidence, if it could be called such, was purely testimonial, a battle of wills and words where the truth lay buried beneath layers of potent emotion and plausible denial. The court, assembled to witness this unfolding drama, was silent, the air thick with anticipation and a palpable sense of unease. How could any human mind unravel such a deeply entrenched dispute, where the stakes were so high and the claims so diametrically opposed? Solomon, seated on his ivory throne, his gaze surveying the distraught figures before him, embodied the calm at the center of the storm. He listened intently, his brow furrowed not in confusion, but in deep contemplation. He understood that a hasty judgment, based on the loudest voice or the most convincing tears, would be a perversion of true justice, a failure of the divine mandate entrusted to him. The wisdom he had received was not a license for quick pronouncements, but a call for profound understanding. The conventional methods of justice, reliant on witnesses or tangible proof, were inadequate in this unique scenario. There were no impartial observers to the events of that fateful night, no fingerprints on a stolen blanket, no recovered crib. The only evidence was the word of two women, each deeply invested in their own narrative, each poised to manipulate any judgment in their favor. It was here that Solomon's exceptional insight, the very essence of his God-given wisdom, came into play. He recognized that the truth, in this instance, would not be revealed by appeals to logic or reason alone, but by a keen understanding of the fundamental, unyielding nature of maternal love. With a voice that commanded immediate attention, Solomon issued a decree that sent a ripple of shock through the assembled court. He declared that the living child, the object of their intense dispute, was to be divided. A sword was to be brought forth, and the infant was to be cut in two, half given to one woman and half to the other. This pronouncement, seemingly brutal and barbaric, was a masterful stroke of psychological warfare, a carefully calibrated test designed to expose the true mother. It was a gamble, a profound risk, but one rooted in an unparalleled understanding of human nature. The immediate reaction to Solomon's decree was starkly divided, revealing the chasm between genuine maternal instinct and the desperate machinations of a deceiver. One of the women, upon hearing the king's pronouncement, recoiled in horror, her voice a cry of anguish that echoed through the hall. "Oh, my lord, give her the living child, and in no wise slay it," she cried, her plea a testament to her selfless love. Her instinct was not to possess the child, but to preserve its life, even at the cost of relinquishing her claim. Her despair was not for herself, but for the innocent life that hung in the balance. In that instant, her true identity as the biological mother was laid bare, her love transcending the desire for ownership. The other woman, however, reacted with a chilling pragmatism. Her response was not one of mercy or maternal solicitude, but of cold calculation. "Let it be neither mine nor thine, but divide it," she declared, her words devoid of emotion, devoid of the primal urge to protect. Her willingness to see the child dismembered, to accept a portion of its lifeless body rather than relinquish it to its true mother, exposed her deceit. Her claim was not rooted in love, but in possession, a desire to claim the living child at any cost, even if it meant its destruction, or perhaps, more sinisterly, to avoid the shame of being known as the mother of a dead infant. The contrast between their reactions was so profound, so unequivocally revealing, that Solomon's judgment was rendered almost instantaneously. He knew, with absolute certainty, which woman spoke with the voice of true motherhood. His decision was swift and decisive. "Take the living child, and divide him not. She is the mother thereof," he declared, his voice resonating with divine authority. The living infant was immediately placed into the arms of the woman who had pleaded for its life, her joy a stark counterpoint to the exposed deception of the other. The woman who had claimed the child without love was identified for her duplicity, her machinations brought to light. This legendary judgment, more than any other, solidified Solomon's reputation as a ruler endowed with extraordinary wisdom. It demonstrated that his discernment went beyond mere legal precedent or rhetorical skill. He possessed an uncanny ability to understand the hidden motivations, the unspoken truths that lay beneath the surface of human interaction. He understood that true justice was not always about weighing evidence, but about understanding the heart. His judgment was not just legal, it was a moral and ethical pronouncement, a revelation of character that left no room for doubt. The impact of this judgment reverberated throughout the land and beyond. News of Solomon's wisdom spread like wildfire, carried by merchants, travelers, and envoys from distant lands. Kings and rulers, accustomed to the often opaque and capricious nature of justice in their own realms, marveled at the clarity and efficacy of Solomon's pronouncements. They saw in him a reflection of divine omniscience, a ruler who could see through the fog of human deceit and establish truth with an almost supernatural precision. This particular case became the benchmark against which his wisdom was measured, a compelling narrative that underscored his unique ability to administer justice in the name of God. This case was not an isolated incident, it was representative of Solomon's approach to justice. He understood that justice was not merely about punishment, but about restoration, about upholding the divine order. His judgments were designed to bring clarity where there was confusion, to establish truth where there was deception, and to ensure that the vulnerable were protected. He applied this same discerning spirit to a myriad of legal matters, from inheritance disputes and property disagreements to matters of interpersonal conflict and criminal offenses. Each case, no matter how seemingly minor, was an opportunity to demonstrate the principles of righteousness and fairness that formed the bedrock of his governance. The economic prosperity of Israel under Solomon, a direct consequence of the peace he had cultivated, presented new challenges and complexities for his judicial system. A thriving trade meant increased interactions with foreign merchants, leading to potential disputes over contracts and customs. A growing population and expanding urban centers meant more complex property laws and a greater need for efficient resolution of civil matters. Solomon's wisdom was not static, it evolved and adapted to the changing needs of his kingdom. He established clear legal frameworks, built upon the foundations laid by the law of Moses, but infused with his own practical understanding and divine insight. His pronouncements often served as precedents, setting standards for future judgments. The biblical accounts, while often concise, hint at the thoroughness with which he approached each case. He would likely have listened to all parties involved, sought to understand the nuances of each situation, and considered the broader implications of his decisions. His wisdom was not a magical incantation, it was a disciplined application of intelligence, empathy, and a profound respect for divine law. He understood that justice, at its core, was about treating all individuals with dignity and fairness, recognizing their inherent worth as creations of God. Moreover, Solomon's approach to justice was intrinsically linked to his role as a builder of God's kingdom. He understood that a just society was a prerequisite for a truly righteous one. The corruption of the legal system, the perversion of justice, would undermine the very covenant that bound Israel to God. Therefore, his legal decisions were not merely administrative acts, they were acts of spiritual leadership, reinforcing the moral fabric of the nation. He sought to create an environment where righteousness could flourish, where truth was valued, and where the weak could find refuge and recourse. The story of the two women serves as a powerful metaphor for Solomon's entire judicial philosophy. Just as he sought to identify the true mother by understanding the primal force of love, he sought to discern truth in all matters by understanding the underlying principles of righteousness and divine will. He was not a king who ruled by fear or brute force, but by wisdom and justice, earning the respect and admiration of his people and the wider world. His judgments were not just pronouncements, they were acts of divine discernment made manifest through human agency, a testament to the power of wisdom when aligned with the will of the Almighty. The legacy of Solomon, the builder of the temple, was equally the legacy of Solomon, the dispenser of justice, a king who governed not just with a crown, but with a profound and divinely inspired understanding of truth. His court became a symbol of equity, a place where the oppressed could find solace and the wicked could be held accountable, all in the sacred name of God. The dawn of Solomon's reign was a tapestry woven with threads of divine favor, a period where peace was not merely an absence of war, but a palpable presence of prosperity and order. The whispers of wisdom granted at Gibeon had blossomed into a jurisprudence that resonated with divine impartiality, a system that sought truth not through coercion but through an almost uncanny understanding of the human heart. The legendary judgment of the two women, a tale that had already etched itself into the collective consciousness, was but a single, dazzling facet of this multifaceted reign. It was a testament to Solomon's ability to navigate the labyrinth of human deception, to unearth the bedrock of truth that lay hidden beneath layers of artifice and emotion. His court had become a beacon, not just of justice, but of an intelligence that seemed to transcend mortal limits, a reputation that began to ripple outwards, carried on the winds of trade and whispered through the corridors of distant palaces. It was this burgeoning legend, this aura of unparalleled wisdom and divinely sanctioned prosperity, that preceded the arrival of a visitor whose very presence would become another indelible mark on Solomon's storied reign, the Queen of Sheba. Her kingdom, a land of spice and gold, lay to the south, a realm of ancient traditions and considerable wealth, yet it was the tales of Israel's ascendant glory that had captured her imagination and stirred a profound curiosity. She was no ordinary sovereign. The accounts painted her as a ruler of keen intellect, a woman who valued discernment and possessed an insatiable thirst for knowledge. Her journey was not one of conquest, nor of tribute, but a pilgrimage of the mind, a determined effort to assess the veracity of the astonishing reports concerning the wise king of Israel. The Queen of Sheba's arrival was an event of immense magnitude, a spectacle that underscored the growing prestige of Solomon's kingdom. Her entourage was a testament to her wealth and the importance she ascribed to this diplomatic and intellectual quest. Caravans laden with precious commodities stretched for miles, a breathtaking procession of exotic beasts bearing treasures, heaps of gold, mounds of fragrant spices, frankincense, myrrh, cinnamon, and precious gemstones that glittered under the Levantine sun. The air itself seemed to thicken with the exotic perfumes and the sheer weight of accumulated wealth. Her own retinue was a vibrant tableau of skilled musicians, learned scholars, and loyal guards, all accompanying their sovereign on this momentous journey. The very act of undertaking such a perilous and lengthy voyage, through potentially arid and unforgiving lands, spoke volumes about her determination and the profound impact Solomon's reputation had made even in far-flung territories. As she approached Jerusalem, the capital city, the magnificence of Solomon's kingdom was laid bare before her eyes. It was not merely the impressive fortifications or the bustling marketplaces that awed her, but the underlying sense of order, the evident prosperity, and the sheer well-being of the populace. Her journey had been long, and the tales she had heard spoke of a wise king, but to witness the tangible results of that wisdom, a thriving economy, a contented people, and a palpable sense of security, was an experience that transcended mere hearsay. She saw a land blessed, a kingdom flourishing under a ruler who seemed to embody the very essence of divine favor. Solomon, in turn, received his distinguished guest with the grandeur befitting her station and the honor due to one who had traveled so far to seek his counsel. His court, a place of renowned splendor, was prepared to receive her. The descriptions of the palace and its environs, even filtered through the often economical prose of scripture, evoke an image of unparalleled magnificence. Ivory gleamed, gold shimmered, and cedar wood, imported from the famed forests of Lebanon, lent its aromatic richness to the atmosphere. The abundance of precious metals and finely wrought objects spoke not just of wealth, but of a king who understood the power of presentation, who could reflect the glory of God through the works of his hands and the riches of his realm. The very act of hosting such a distinguished visitor was an opportunity for Solomon to showcase the blessings God had bestowed upon Israel, a testament to the divine covenant. The queen's purpose, however, was not simply to marvel at the material splendors. She had come with a specific agenda, to test the limits of Solomon's renowned wisdom. She brought with her a series of riddles, intricate puzzles designed to challenge the sharpest of minds. These were not trivial conundrums, but questions that probed the depths of knowledge, philosophy, and the very nature of existence. It was a duel of intellects, a sophisticated contest played out against a backdrop of royal splendor. The Queen of Sheba, a ruler in her own right and a keen observer of the world, was not easily impressed. She sought to ascertain if Solomon's reputation was built on genuine insight or merely on the embellishments of legend and the opulence of his kingdom. The exchange that followed was a remarkable display of intellectual prowess. The queen posed her enigmatic questions, each one a carefully crafted challenge, demanding not just factual recall but profound reasoning and an understanding of complex interrelationships. She inquired about the workings of the heavens, the secrets of the earth, the intricacies of human nature, and the divine principles that governed the cosmos. She presented parables and hypothetical scenarios, forcing Solomon to draw upon a vast reservoir of knowledge and to apply his wisdom in novel and unexpected ways. And Solomon, true to his reputation, met each challenge with an equanimity and profundity that left his visitor astonished. His answers were not mere recitations of learned lore, they were insightful interpretations, delivered with clarity and a wisdom that seemed to possess an almost preternatural depth. He spoke of the natural world with an understanding that hinted at a deep, almost scientific observation, yet imbued with a reverence for the Creator. He expounded on matters of governance and ethics with a clarity that revealed a profound grasp of justice and human psychology. His responses were not just correct, they were illuminating, offering new perspectives and revealing a comprehensive worldview. The sheer scope of Solomon's knowledge was overwhelming. He could discourse on botany, zoology, astronomy, law, and the subtleties of human relationships with equal fluency and insight. He spoke of the migratory patterns of birds, the properties of plants, the cycles of the moon and stars, the complexities of international relations, and the inner workings of the human heart. It was as if the entire spectrum of knowledge had been laid open before him, and he could access and articulate any part of it with effortless grace. The queen, who had likely encountered many learned individuals in her travels, found herself utterly outmatched. Her carefully prepared questions met with answers that not only satisfied but expanded her own understanding. One particular aspect that must have deeply impressed the queen was Solomon's ability to connect earthly knowledge with divine revelation. His wisdom was not secular, it was deeply rooted in his relationship with God. He understood that true wisdom flowed from the Almighty, and his pronouncements often carried a spiritual undertone, linking the material world to the divine order. He spoke of God's power manifested in creation, of his justice reflected in human governance, and of his mercy revealed in acts of compassion. This holistic approach, integrating faith and reason, intellect and spirituality, was a hallmark of his understanding and a significant factor in the profound impact he had on those who encountered him. The queen's astonishment grew with each passing exchange. The splendor of his palace, the wealth of his kingdom, these were impressive, to be sure, but they were the outward manifestations of a deeper reality. It was Solomon's mind, his profound understanding, his ability to synthesize vast amounts of information and to articulate truths with such clarity and insight, that truly captivated her. She had come to test his wisdom, and she found it not just exceptional, but seemingly boundless, a testament to the divine blessings that had been poured upon him. The tales of his sagacity, she realized, had not been exaggerated, they were, if anything, understated. This encounter was more than just a personal test of intellect, it was a divine validation of Solomon's reign and the blessings God had bestowed upon Israel. The Queen of Sheba, a ruler from a distant, powerful land, was humbled and awestruck by what she witnessed. Her astonishment was not merely at Solomon's personal brilliance, but at the palpable presence of God's favor upon his kingdom. She recognized that such wisdom, such prosperity, such peace, could only be the result of divine intervention and a people living in covenant with their God. The exchange of gifts that followed was as significant as the intellectual parley. The queen, in turn, bestowed upon Solomon gifts befitting her station and the immense impression he had made upon her. These were not merely tokens of courtesy, but expressions of profound respect and admiration. She gave him not only gold and spices, the products of her own rich land, but also treasures of a more unique and perhaps even symbolic nature, items that would further enrich his palace and demonstrate the mutual respect between their kingdoms. In return, Solomon, ever the gracious host and wise ruler, reciprocated with gifts that reflected the bounty and craftsmanship of Israel. He provided her with whatever she wished, not just for herself but for all her requests. This act of generosity further underscored his magnanimity and his desire to foster positive relations with other nations. He did not withhold from her anything she desired, a testament to his abundant resources and his understanding of diplomatic protocol. He showed her favor beyond what she had asked of him. The culmination of her visit was a profound realization for the Queen of Sheba. She departed Jerusalem not just with a head full of Solomon's wise pronouncements and a caravan laden with royal gifts, but with a transformed understanding of Israel and its God. She saw a kingdom flourishing under a divinely appointed ruler, a testament to the power and faithfulness of the God of Israel. Her own faith, or perhaps her understanding of divinity, was expanded by this encounter. She declared that the half of his wisdom that she had witnessed was far greater than the tales she had heard, acknowledging that even the most impressive accounts could not fully capture the reality of Solomon's gifts. Her departure was as grand as her arrival, leaving behind a court buzzing with the tale of the Queen's visit and Solomon's unparalleled wisdom. This encounter served as a powerful endorsement, not just of Solomon as a ruler, but of the God he served. It demonstrated that the blessings of the Almighty were not confined to a chosen few, but could manifest in the prosperity and wisdom of a nation, drawing admiration and respect from across the known world. The Queen of Sheba's riddles had been answered, her intellects tested, and her heart and mind undeniably conquered by the wisdom and splendor that defined Solomon's golden age, a testament to the enduring power of God's favor upon his chosen people and their wise king. Her journey, undertaken to test, had ultimately become a profound pilgrimage of faith and admiration, a testament to the remarkable legacy of Solomon, the temple builder and wise ruler. Chapter 5. The Turning Tide. The echoes of the Queen of Sheba's departure still lingered in the opulent halls of Jerusalem, a testament to the zenith of Solomon's divinely blessed reign. The wisdom he had displayed, the prosperity he commanded, and the peace that settled over the land like a gentle dew, had all been presented as reflections of an unwavering commitment to the God of Israel. Yet, even as the world marveled at the radiance of his kingdom, a subtle shadow, almost imperceptible at first, began to creep into the heart of the king, a shadow cast not by any single grand transgression, but by a series of quiet concessions, a slow erosion of the boundaries that had once so fiercely guarded his spiritual devotion. It was a turning tide, not of violent storms, but of a gradual shift in the currents, a movement away from the singular devotion that had characterized his ascendancy. The first discernible ripple in this placid, divinely sanctioned surface stemmed from a practice that, while perhaps not explicitly forbidden in the early stages of his reign, was certainly not encouraged by the divine mandates that had guided his forefathers. Solomon, in his immense power and diplomatic prowess, formed alliances and consolidated his influence through strategic marriages. These were not merely unions of affection, but geopolitical necessities, weaving a complex web of relationships that bound neighboring nations to his throne. From Egypt, he had taken a wife, a daughter of Pharaoh, a woman of undeniable stature and regal bearing. This union alone, though perhaps presented as a diplomatic coup of unparalleled significance, introduced a cultural and religious dimension that was distinctly foreign to the monotheistic ethos of Israel. But this was merely the beginning. The chronicles of his reign speak of a staggering number of women who entered his life, not all of whom held the status of wives. 700 were princesses, and 300 were concubines, a vast harem that would have been unthinkable in the earlier, more austere periods of Israelite history. Each of these women hailed from different nations, different cultures, and, crucially, different religious traditions. Moabites, Ammonites, Edomites, Sidonians, and Hittites, their ancestries represented a veritable mosaic of the ancient Near East, and with them, they brought their gods, their rituals, and their deeply ingrained spiritual practices. Initially, perhaps, these foreign wives were permitted to maintain their own religious observances within the confines of their private quarters. It was a concession to their lineage, a nod to their cultural heritage, a way to ensure their comfort and loyalty in a foreign land. The sheer number of these women, however, meant that these private observances could not remain entirely private for long. The pervasive influence of these foreign traditions began to seep into the very fabric of the royal court. Incense, meant for Yahweh, began to mingle with the fragrant smoke offerings dedicated to Chemosh, the god of Moab, or Molech, the grim deity of the Ammonites, to whom child sacrifice was a known, albeit horrifying, practice. The subtle scent of foreign spices used in their rituals, once confined to the women's chambers, might have begun to drift through the palace corridors, a fragrant whisper of divergent devotions. This was not a sudden, dramatic abandonment of Yahweh. Rather, it was a gradual dilution, a spiritual compromise born from a desire to appease and integrate. Solomon, a man of immense intellect and a profound understanding of diplomacy, likely saw this as a means to maintain harmony within his vast household and to foster stronger ties with the nations from which these women hailed. He was a king who valued peace and prosperity above all else, and perhaps he reasoned that a degree of religious tolerance, even within his own court, was a small price to pay for such stability. However, the divine law, as revealed to Moses, was absolute in its prohibition of idolatry and the worship of any other gods. The covenant was explicit: "You shall have no other gods before me." This was not a suggestion, but a foundational commandment, a bedrock principle upon which the entire relationship between God and Israel was built. Solomon, who had once so eloquently articulated the principles of divine justice and wisdom, now found himself navigating a complex personal landscape where these absolutes began to blur. The whispers of idolatry were not confined to the hushed prayers of foreign queens in secluded chambers. The presence of these women and their customs created an environment where the worship of foreign deities became not just tolerated, but normalized. It is plausible that Solomon, in his affection for these women, or in his desire to demonstrate his magnanimity as a ruler, began to show a certain deference to their religious practices. He might have attended their festivals, observed their rituals from a distance, or even sanctioned the construction of places for their worship. The narrative of his reign later explicitly states that for Solomon, as he grew old, his wives turned his heart after other gods, and his heart was not wholly devoted to the Lord his God, as the heart of David his father had been. This statement is crucial. It suggests a process of gradual persuasion, a subtle but persistent influence that wore down Solomon's resolve. The heart, in Scripture often refers to the seat of one's will, affections, and deepest loyalties. To say his heart was turned implies a significant shift in his fundamental allegiance. It was not a sudden betrayal, but a slow drift, like a ship losing its anchor and being carried by an imperceptible current out to sea. The very act of building altars and high places for his foreign wives' gods, as later recounted, represented a tangible manifestation of this spiritual compromise. These were not hidden, clandestine shrines. They were public structures, erected on hills overlooking Jerusalem, places of prominence where the worship of deities like Ashtoreth, Milcom, and Chemosh would be visible to all. Ashtoreth, the Sidonian goddess of fertility and love, Milcom, the national god of the Ammonites, often associated with sacrifice, and Chemosh, the fiery deity of Moab. The presence of these cultic sites so close to the sacred precincts of Yahweh, perhaps even within sight of the nascent temple he himself had so magnificently constructed, represented an unprecedented spiritual anomaly in Israelite history. This deliberate construction of foreign shrines was a far cry from the subtle influence of private prayer. It was an official sanctioning, a public endorsement of religious pluralism that directly contradicted the exclusive demands of Yahweh. The divine covenant was clear: Israel was to be a distinct nation, set apart, not to emulate the practices of the surrounding peoples. Solomon's actions, however, seemed to blur these distinctions, creating a syncretistic environment where the worship of Yahweh coexisted, and increasingly competed, with the worship of other gods. The narrative of Solomon's reign suggests a disconnect between his public pronouncements and his private actions, or perhaps, between his earlier devotion and his later compromises. The man who had once sought wisdom from God in dreams, who had dedicated the magnificent temple with prayers of profound humility and devotion, was now presiding over a spiritual landscape that was becoming increasingly fragmented and compromised. The seeds of idolatry, sown by the sheer number and influence of his foreign wives, had begun to take root, not just in the king's heart, but in the very soil of his kingdom. The implications of this shift were profound and far-reaching. For generations, Israel had been commanded to be a light to the nations, a people whose unique relationship with the one true God would serve as an example. Solomon's actions, however, signaled a departure from this calling. By embracing and even facilitating the worship of foreign gods, he was not only betraying his own covenantal relationship with Yahweh, but he was also undermining the spiritual identity of his people. The moral and spiritual integrity of the kingdom, so carefully built on the foundation of divine law, began to weaken. The consequences of such a spiritual compromise were not merely theoretical. Idolatry, in the biblical worldview, was not just a matter of worshipping the wrong object. It was seen as a form of spiritual adultery, a profound betrayal of a sacred covenant. It corrupted the people's understanding of God, blurred the lines between right and wrong, and invited divine judgment. The very prosperity and peace that had characterized Solomon's reign were, in the eyes of God, conditional upon his faithfulness. By straying from this path, he was placing all that he had achieved at risk. The shift in Solomon's devotion was not a sudden event but a process. It began with the strategic alliances, the royal marriages that, while politically expedient, introduced a multiplicity of gods into the heart of the kingdom. It progressed as these foreign wives, with their deeply ingrained religious practices, exerted their influence, perhaps subtly at first, then more overtly. It culminated in the construction of altars and high places for their deities, a public acknowledgement and legitimization of their worship. This was the insidious nature of the turning tide. It did not crash in with the force of a tsunami, but seeped in like a slow, persistent tide, gradually altering the landscape of Solomon's faith and, by extension, the spiritual trajectory of Israel. The whispers of idolatry had, by this stage, begun to grow into a low murmur, a disturbing undertone beneath the outward splendor of Solomon's reign, a testament to the vulnerability of even the wisest of kings to the subtle seductions of compromise. The purity of devotion, once the hallmark of his rule, was now becoming tarnished, as the divine mandate of singular worship began to yield to the allure of a more cosmopolitan, and ultimately, compromised, spiritual landscape. This deviation, though initially masked by diplomacy and affection, was a foundational crack that would, in time, lead to the fracturing of the kingdom. The very stones of the temple, hewn from quarries and assembled with meticulous divine guidance, seemed to absorb the sorrow that now permeated the royal court. This magnificent edifice, a testament to Solomon's initial, unshakable devotion, a beacon of Yahweh's presence on earth, stood in stark, almost defiant, contrast to the burgeoning proliferation of foreign cults. It was as if the very air around the Holy of Holies grew heavy with a spiritual dissonance, a jarring clash between the pure worship of the one true God and the increasingly sanctioned rites of deities from beyond Israel's borders. The narrative of Solomon's later years, etched in the stark prose of the Chronicles, paints a picture not of a king who had renounced Yahweh, but of one who had tragically, inexcusably, allowed his heart to be divided. The building of these altars and high places was not a secret, hushed affair. Scripture does not record them as furtive, clandestine shrines built in hidden valleys or secluded groves, though such smaller, personal devotions might well have existed. Instead, these were structures of significance, erected on prominent hills, places of visible observance. Imagine them, the scent of strange incense wafting on the breeze, mingling with the familiar aroma of sacrifices offered to Yahweh on the Temple Mount. The moans and chants of foreign rituals echoing, however distantly, against the sacred architecture of Jerusalem. It was a theological and cultural invasion, permitted, even orchestrated, from the very apex of Israelite power. Consider Ashtoreth, the Sidonian goddess of fertility, love, and war. Her worship was often characterized by sensuous rites, sometimes involving sacred prostitution, designed to invoke her blessings on crops, livestock, and human procreation. For Solomon's Sidonian wives, and perhaps for others drawn into the orbit of the royal court, the presence of such a deity would have represented a continuity of their cultural and spiritual heritage. Altars to Ashtoreth, adorned perhaps with symbols of her power, crescent moons, doves, or representations of the naked female form, would have been established. These would have been places where prayers for abundance, for fertile wombs, for victory in conflict, were offered to a goddess whose very essence was antithetical to the spiritual monotheism of Israel. The implications for the spiritual purity of the nation were profound. How could the people truly grasp the singular holiness of Yahweh when the king himself sanctioned the worship of a goddess associated with sensuality and what, in the purest sense of Israelite law, would be considered immorality? Then there was Chemosh, the fierce, fiery god of the Moabites. His worship was often associated with displays of martial prowess and, tragically, with child sacrifice, a practice abhorrent to Yahweh. The presence of altars to Chemosh would have signaled a grave spiritual compromise, a direct affront to the divine law that strictly forbade such abominations. The thought of Solomon, the wisest of kings, the recipient of divine favor, allowing the worship of a deity that demanded such horrific offerings, sends a chilling tremor through the historical narrative. Were these altars built in remote, unassuming corners, or were they, too, placed in locations that spoke of their acknowledged, albeit disturbing, presence within the realm? The very act of building them represented a tacit endorsement, a normalization of practices that should have been unequivocally rejected. And Milcom, the detestable god of the Ammonites, a deity similarly linked with cruel sacrifices, perhaps even cannibalism in its most extreme manifestations. The presence of Ammonite women among Solomon's vast entourage would have necessitated, in his compromised mind, provisions for their worship. Altars to Milcom, likely bearing symbols of power and perhaps even grotesque imagery, would have served as focal points for their religious devotion. The proximity of such worship to the sacred spaces of Yahweh was an act of spiritual defiance, a deliberate blurring of the lines between the holy and the profane. The biblical text does not shy away from the deep sorrow and divine displeasure this engendered. It is narrated with a profound sense of loss, a lament for a king who had fallen so far from his divinely appointed path. The contrast between the meticulously planned, divinely ordained temple and these hastily erected, foreign places of worship could not be more stark. The temple was a place of transcendent holiness, where the Ark of the Covenant resided, where the Shekinah glory of God was meant to dwell. The high places, conversely, were associated with pagan rituals, with a pantheon of capricious and often cruel deities. It was as if Solomon had, in his twilight years, constructed a spiritual landscape of divided loyalties, a testament to his own moral and spiritual erosion. This was not merely a matter of personal eccentricity or a private indulgence. The actions of a king, especially one as revered as Solomon, had a ripple effect throughout the entire nation. When the king sanctioned the worship of foreign gods, it sent a clear message to the people, that these deities were not inherently evil, that their worship was permissible, even acceptable. This was the most dangerous consequence of Solomon's spiritual decline, the erosion of Israel's distinctiveness, the undermining of the covenantal mandate to be a people set apart for Yahweh. Imagine the ordinary Israelite, a farmer tending his fields, a craftsman at his forge, hearing about these new places of worship. They would have seen the king's favor extended to these foreign customs, perhaps even witnessed processions or rituals in their vicinity. For generations, their ancestors had been warned against the seductive allure of Canaanite polytheism, the very practices that had characterized the land before their conquest. Now, it seemed, the king was reintroducing these very elements into the heart of their God-ordained kingdom. The foundations of their faith, built on the absolute command of, "You shall have no other gods before me," began to feel less secure. The singular devotion that had defined their national identity was being diluted, replaced by a syncretistic blend that blurred the lines between the sacred and the secular, the divine and the demonic. The narrative emphasizes the sorrowful observation that, his heart was not wholly devoted to the Lord his God, as the heart of David his father had been. David, for all his human failings, had a heart that, at its core, yearned for God. He wrestled with sin, he repented, but his fundamental orientation, his ultimate loyalty, remained with Yahweh. Solomon, however, in his advanced years, had allowed his heart to be so profoundly influenced by his foreign wives that his devotion became fragmented. It was a tragedy of immense proportions, a king gifted with unparalleled wisdom, brought low by the seductive power of compromise and a failure to maintain the spiritual boundaries that were paramount to his covenantal relationship with God. The establishment of these altars and high places was a tangible manifestation of this internal division. It was a public declaration that the exclusive claims of Yahweh were no longer absolute in Solomon's heart, and by extension, in the royal court. The ramifications extended beyond mere theological impurity. They touched upon the very fabric of Israelite society, its laws, its morality, and its relationship with the divine. The blessings of prosperity and peace that had characterized the earlier part of Solomon's reign were directly linked to his faithfulness. By actively facilitating the worship of other gods, he was, in essence, severing that connection, jeopardizing the very stability and well-being of the kingdom he had so carefully built. The grandeur of the temple, therefore, became a symbol of what was being lost. It stood as a monument to Solomon's initial devotion, a constant reminder of the divine favor he had once enjoyed in its fullness. Yet, its very presence seemed to amplify the shame and sorrow of the foreign cults being established in its shadow. It was a spiritual contradiction, a dissonance that the sacred narrative captures with poignant regret. The altars to Ashtoreth, Chemosh, and Milcom were not merely religious sites. They were emblems of a profound betrayal, a testament to the slow, insidious decay of a once unwavering faith. The tide had indeed turned, not with a dramatic, cataclysmic event, but with a gradual, disheartening drift away from the pure, unadulterated worship of the God of Israel, a drift that would have devastating consequences for the future of the nation. The purity of devotion, once the radiant centerpiece of Solomon's reign, was now tarnished, overshadowed by the encroaching darkness of idolatry, a chilling testament to the vulnerability of even the most divinely favored to the seductive whispers of compromise. The echo of the Queen of Sheba's departure had faded, replaced by the somber murmur of a king whose heart, once set ablaze for Yahweh, now flickered with the faint, dying embers of divided allegiance. The magnificent temple, still standing in its pristine glory, a testament to a devotion that once burned with an unquenchable fire, now felt like a gilded cage, a monument to a faithfulness that had fractured. The foreign altars, once constructed with a peculiar, almost defiant, zeal, no longer held the same allure. They were still there, of course, their incense still curling towards the heavens, their prescribed rituals still observed by those who followed the king's earlier, misguided decrees. Yet, something had shifted within the heart of Solomon, a subtle tremor that vibrated through the carefully constructed edifice of his royal authority. It was not a sudden renunciation, no dramatic dismantling of the pagan shrines. Such an abrupt reversal would have been as jarring as their initial construction. Instead, it was a quiet, internal erosion, a dawning awareness that the glittering promises of worldly wisdom and the intoxicating allure of foreign affections had ultimately led him not to greater understanding, but to a profound and pervasive emptiness. The wisdom that had once flowed from him like a boundless spring, so celebrated and sought after, now seemed to mock him. He had plumbed the depths of human knowledge, explored the intricacies of governance, and reveled in the fruits of his kingdom's prosperity. He had amassed wealth beyond measure, built wonders that would echo through the ages, and enjoyed a peace that had been the envy of surrounding nations. Yet, in the quiet hours, when the clamor of the court faded and the weight of his crown pressed down with an unbearable heaviness, a disquieting question would arise: to what end? He had sought to understand all that transpired under the sun, to unravel the mysteries of life, and in doing so, he had inadvertently woven a tapestry of his own undoing. The very act of dissecting and cataloging the world, of seeking satisfaction in its transient glories, had led him to a disheartening conclusion, that it was all, as he would later articulate in words that would resonate through millennia, utterly futile. This realization, this creeping shadow of disillusionment, was not born of a single catastrophic event, but of the slow, cumulative weight of experience. He had seen the fleeting nature of power, the insubstantiality of earthly pleasures, and the inevitable decay that awaited all human endeavors. He had witnessed the rise and fall of fortunes, the shifting sands of political alliances, and the ultimate, unyielding finality of death. Each observation, each interaction, chipped away at the edifice of his earlier confidence, leaving behind a hollowness that no amount of gold, no lavish feast, no courtly adulation could fill. It was as if he had climbed to the pinnacle of the world, surveyed its vastness, and found it wanting. The foreign gods, once appeasing with their promises of fertility and favor, now seemed hollow echoes, their rituals a pantomime of something that could never truly satisfy the deep, ineffable longing of the soul. In the quiet solitude of his chambers, or perhaps during solitary walks through the royal gardens, the echoes of his father David's fervent prayers and unshakable faith would sometimes resurface. David, for all his imperfections, had possessed a singular devotion, a raw, unvarnished heart that, even in its most broken moments, always turned back to Yahweh. Solomon, in his quest for comprehensive understanding, had allowed his own heart to become a marketplace of competing desires, a cacophony of voices that drowned out the quiet whisper of divine truth. He had pursued wisdom, yes, but often with a detached, analytical gaze, rather than with the humble, open heart of a disciple. He had sought to master the world, rather than to be mastered by its creator. The writings attributed to him in his later years, particularly the book that would come to be known as Ecclesiastes, offer a profound, albeit somber, glimpse into this internal landscape. The recurring refrain, "Vanity of vanities, all is vanity," is not the pronouncement of a cynic who has never experienced joy, but the lament of a king who has tasted every earthly delight and found it wanting. He had not been excluded from the pleasures of life, rather, he had indulged in them to their fullest extent. He had sought wisdom and knowledge, not in dusty scrolls alone, but through direct experience, observation, and experimentation. He had built, he had acquired, he had sought amusement, and he had engaged in all manner of earthly pursuits, only to discover that they offered no lasting fulfillment. Consider his exploration of pleasure. "I said in my heart, come now, I will test you with pleasure, enjoy yourself. But behold, this also was vanity. I said of laughter, it is mad, and of pleasure, what use is it? I sought to rouse my body with wine, while my reason was guiding me, and to take hold of folly, till I might see what is good for the sons of men to do under heaven, during the few days of their life." This is not the voice of someone who has been denied, it is the voice of someone who has consumed and found it hollow. The pursuit of pleasure, stripped of its divine context, was revealed as a desperate, ultimately futile, attempt to fill a void that only God could satisfy. His reflections on labor and achievement carry a similar weight. "Then I considered all that my hands had done and the toil I had expended, and behold, all was vanity and a striving after wind, and there was nothing to be gained under the sun." The monumental building projects, the vast enterprises, the intricate systems of governance, all, when viewed through the lens of eternity, seem to amount to mere striving, a chasing after an ephemeral goal. The very satisfaction that should have accompanied such accomplishment was, in his seasoned assessment, elusive, like grasping at smoke. The edifice of his reign, built with such skill and foresight, began to feel less like a lasting legacy and more like a temporary structure destined to crumble into dust. Even his relentless pursuit of knowledge, the very attribute for which he was most lauded, yielded a similar, sobering outcome, for with much wisdom comes much sorrow, and he who increases knowledge increases pain. The acquisition of understanding, detached from reverence, had not brought him closer to God, but had, in a profound irony, illuminated the depth of his own separation and the ultimate inscrutability of divine purpose. He had learned much, yes, but the lessons were not those of triumphant mastery, but of profound humility and the limits of human comprehension. The more he understood the mechanics of the world, the more he seemed to grasp the fundamental mystery of his own existence and his place within it. This internal shift, this glimmer of regret, did not necessitate a public dismantling of the foreign altars. The political and social complexities of such a move, the entrenched interests, and the deeply ingrained habits of those who had come to rely on the king's earlier decrees would have presented a formidable obstacle. Moreover, the narrative suggests a man grappling with his own inner turmoil, a battle waged not on the public stage, but within the chambers of his own soul. The outward continuation of certain practices may have been a testament to the inertia of his reign, or perhaps a pragmatic acknowledgement of the insurmountable challenges involved in a complete reversal. But the inward landscape was changing. The fervent dedication to foreign deities had waned, replaced by a gnawing emptiness, a profound sense of loss for a simpler, purer devotion that had once characterized his life. The grandeur of the temple, which had once been the ultimate expression of his love for Yahweh, now perhaps served as a poignant reminder of what had been compromised. Its gleaming gold, its meticulously carved cedar, its very presence in the heart of Jerusalem, spoke of an ideal that had been both reached and, in a sense, tragically tarnished. He had built a house for God, but he had also, in his later years, allowed other houses to be built in its shadow. The contrast between the two, the singular, unblemished holiness of the temple and the often licentious, divisive practices of the foreign cults, would have become increasingly stark, a visual representation of his own internal division. There is a profound pathos in this realization. A king gifted with unparalleled wisdom, capable of discerning the intricate workings of the universe, found himself ensnared by the very desires and distractions he had so thoroughly dissected. The allure of sensuality, the pride of accomplishment, the pursuit of pleasure, the thirst for knowledge, all, when divorced from a central devotion to the divine, became instruments of his own spiritual undoing. He had sought to understand all things, and in doing so, he had inadvertently revealed the futility of any pursuit that did not ultimately lead back to the source of all being. The biblical account does not dwell on Solomon's anguish in detail, but it is palpable in the somber tone of the wisdom literature attributed to him. It is the quiet sigh of a man who has seen the zenith and the nadir of human experience and found true contentment elusive. It is the whisper of a king who, having tasted all that the world could offer, finally understood the profound truth that lasting satisfaction could only be found in a wholehearted return to the God who had initially gifted him with such extraordinary favor. The glimmer of regret was not a call to immediate action, perhaps, but a deep, internal ache, a recognition of a path strayed, a faithfulness compromised, and a yearning for the unadulterated devotion that had once defined his prime. The tide had not only turned, but in the quiet recesses of Solomon's soul, it was beginning to ebb, revealing the bare, stark truth of a life that had, in its later stages, been a testament to both the heights of divine blessing and the depths of human frailty. The glittering tapestry of Solomon's reign, once woven with threads of divine favor and unparalleled wisdom, began to show the first signs of fraying. The threads were not pulled by external forces, no conquering armies at the gates or internal rebellions in the provinces. Instead, the unraveling commenced from within, a subtle yet persistent erosion that stemmed from the king's own heart. The seeds of this eventual division, of the fracture that would split the United Kingdom into two, were sown not in a moment of grand defiance, but in the quiet, almost imperceptible acquiescence to desires that, while perhaps not overtly wicked in themselves, represented a profound spiritual compromise. Central to this slow descent was Solomon's embrace of his foreign wives. The biblical narrative is stark in its enumeration of these unions. 700 wives who were princesses and 300 concubines, a staggering number that speaks to a deliberate policy of political alliance and personal indulgence. These women, drawn from nations that worshipped gods vastly different from Yahweh, brought with them not only their dowries and their retinues, but also their deeply ingrained religious practices. The king, captivated by their beauty and perhaps by the exotic allure they represented, did not demand their conversion to the worship of Israel's God. Instead, he granted them the freedom, indeed the royal sanction, to continue their own devotions. This was a stark departure from the principles that had guided his father, David, and indeed, the very foundations upon which the unified kingdom had been built. The consequence of this royal indulgence was the establishment of pagan altars and shrines within the very heart of Jerusalem and across the land. The narrative paints a vivid picture of these foreign places of worship, their distinctive aromas of incense, their unfamiliar idols, and the strange rituals performed under the watchful eye of the king. These were not clandestine gatherings, hidden away from public view. They were sanctioned institutions, given prominence and resources by the very monarch who was meant to be the chief guardian of Israel's covenant with Yahweh. It was as if a master architect, having meticulously designed a sanctuary of unparalleled holiness, then proceeded to erect adjacent structures dedicated to discordant and even sacrilegious purposes. This policy, driven by Solomon's affections and his apparent desire to maintain diplomatic ties and personal pleasure, had a corrosive effect on the religious and national identity of Israel. The worship of Yahweh had always been intrinsically linked to the concept of a chosen people, a unique covenant relationship that set Israel apart from the surrounding nations. This covenant was not merely a theological abstract, it was a lived reality, expressed through shared laws, a distinct moral code, and a unified system of worship centered on the tabernacle and later, the temple. By allowing and even supporting the worship of foreign gods, Solomon was, in essence, undermining the very uniqueness of his people. He was blurring the lines that defined them, diluting their singular devotion, and inviting a spiritual syncretism that would inevitably weaken their identity. The impact on the populace was not a sudden, dramatic rejection of Yahweh. Instead, it was a gradual erosion of absolute loyalty. For generations, the people had been taught to fear and worship Yahweh alone, They had experienced his blessings and his judgments. Now, their king, the ultimate earthly authority, was signaling a different approach. If the king himself could entertain and patronize other deities, why should the common people remain so rigidly exclusive? The foreign wives and their retinues likely engaged in their religious practices openly, and the people, observing this, might have felt a subtle permission to explore these alternative paths. The established order of worship began to face competition, not from outright rebellion, but from the quiet seduction of novelty and the king's implicit endorsement. This spiritual compromise had a direct consequence on the relationship between God and Solomon. The narrative makes it clear that the initial favor God had shown Solomon was contingent upon his obedience. While God had granted him immense wisdom, wealth, and success, this was a divine gift, not a blank check for disobedience. As Solomon increasingly turned his heart towards other gods through his wives, the divine pleasure that had characterized the early years of his reign began to wane. This was not necessarily a sudden abandonment by God, but a gradual withdrawal of his manifest presence and favor. The spiritual atmosphere in the kingdom, once vibrant with divine blessing, began to shift, becoming tainted with a sense of divine displeasure. The biblical text articulates this shift in terms of God's anger. And the Lord was angry with Solomon, because his heart had turned away from the Lord, the God of Israel, who had appeared to him twice, and commanded him concerning this very thing, that he should not go after other gods. But he did not keep what the Lord commanded. This anger is not presented as a petulant outburst, but as a righteous response to a profound breach of covenant. The warning had been explicit, the commands clear, and yet Solomon, swayed by his affections and his desire for a worldly peace that encompassed all peoples, had transgressed. The consequences of this disobedience were not immediate or catastrophic in Solomon's lifetime. The kingdom remained outwardly prosperous and largely at peace. However, the text emphasizes that these consequences were not erased, they were merely deferred. The seeds of division, once sown, were left to germinate. The spiritual compromise introduced by Solomon created a precedent, a crack in the foundation of Israel's religious and national unity that would widen over time. Future generations would inherit a kingdom where the worship of Yahweh was no longer the undisputed, singular focus of national devotion. The narrative often illustrates this through the concept of stumbling blocks. The foreign deities and their worship became spiritual stumbling blocks, not just for Solomon, but for the entire nation. These were constant temptations, reminders of a broader religious landscape that stood in contrast to the exclusive claims of Yahweh. The presence of these foreign cults, sanctioned by the king, made it harder for future generations to maintain a pure and unadulterated faith. It created a cultural and religious environment where syncretism was not only possible but, to some extent, normalized. Furthermore, this spiritual compromise had an impact on the internal cohesion of the kingdom. The unified worship of Yahweh had served as a powerful unifying force, binding together the tribes under a common identity and a shared divine allegiance. As this singular focus fractured, so too did the potential for absolute unity. The different regions and communities within Israel, exposed to varying degrees of foreign religious influence through trade, migration, and the king's own policies, might have developed different spiritual leanings. This would have laid the groundwork for later regional loyalties and resentments that would eventually contribute to the kingdom's split. The story of Solomon's later years is a profound illustration of the principle that obedience to God is not merely a matter of personal piety, but has far-reaching national and historical implications. His personal failings, particularly his indulgence of his foreign wives and their gods, were not private matters. They had ripple effects that would shape the destiny of Israel for centuries to come. The division of the kingdom, a pivotal moment in biblical history, is directly traceable to the compromises made during Solomon's reign. The narrative serves as a somber reminder that even for a king blessed with extraordinary gifts, the allure of worldly attachments and the subtle erosion of singular devotion can lead to consequences that far outweigh the personal indulgence. The physical manifestation of this spiritual compromise was the existence of numerous high places, shrines dedicated to various foreign deities like Asherah and Molech. These were not mere decorative additions to the landscape, they were active centers of worship, often accompanied by practices that were anathema to the Mosaic law, such as child sacrifice and sexual immorality. The king's tolerance of these places, even his active construction of some of them at the behest of his foreign wives, represented a direct defiance of God's commands, which were clear and absolute on the matter of idolatry. The narrative also hints at the shift in the perceived character of God. While Yahweh was understood as a God of love and mercy, he was also understood as a God of justice and jealousy. The concept of divine jealousy was not about insecurity, but about his absolute claim to exclusive worship. He demanded the full devotion of his chosen people, and any attempt to divide that devotion was seen as a betrayal of the covenant. Solomon's actions, therefore, did not just displease God. They constituted a breach of the sacred trust that had been established between God and Israel. This breach created a spiritual deficit, a cooling of the divine favor that had once illuminated the nation. The long-term implications of this spiritual compromise are crucial. The kingdom of Israel, united under David and Solomon, was a testament to God's power and his promise to Abraham. However, this unity was predicated on faithfulness. When Solomon allowed the worship of other gods, he sowed the seeds of fragmentation. The northern tribes, often more susceptible to external influences and with a history of less centralized religious practice, would eventually diverge from the southern kingdom of Judah. This division, a catastrophic event for the Israelite nation, would leave them weakened and vulnerable to foreign conquest. The wisdom literature attributed to Solomon, particularly Ecclesiastes, can be read in light of this spiritual journey. While it extols the virtues of wisdom and the pursuit of knowledge, it also laments the ultimate futility of earthly endeavors when divorced from God. This can be interpreted as Solomon's retrospective understanding of his own reign. He had pursued worldly success, diplomatic alliances, and personal pleasures, all of which seemed wise and beneficial on the surface. Yet, in the end, these pursuits, untethered from an unwavering devotion to Yahweh, led to a profound sense of emptiness. The seeds of division, both within his own heart and within the fabric of the nation, bore bitter fruit in the subsequent history of Israel. The kingdom, which had reached its zenith under a divinely blessed king, began its long, slow decline because the foundational principle of exclusive devotion to Yahweh had been compromised. The favor of God, once so powerfully manifest, began to recede, replaced by the shadow of divine displeasure, a consequence of the king's unfaithfulness that would echo through generations. The pronouncement came not with the thunderous roar of divine wrath, nor the blinding flash of celestial judgment. It was delivered, rather, in the quiet solitude of the king's chambers, a voice more profound than any earthly echo, yet as intimate as the beating of his own heart. To Solomon, who had once communed so openly with the Almighty, who had walked with God in the nascent light of his kingdom, this was not an alien sound, but a chilling confirmation of a truth he had long sought to evade. The very God who had bestowed upon him wisdom beyond measure, wealth beyond imagining, and a peace that had settled like a balm over the land, now spoke of division, of forfeiture, of a kingdom fractured.